All right, good morning. We will get started slowly so people can continue to trickle in. In the meantime, we welcome to today's meeting, the Early Learning Advisory Council meeting. I'm Deanna Stewart. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Engagement here at DCYF. We're going to quickly walk through protocols and then we'll do introductions. So we've all been working in a virtual environment for a very long time, but just as a reminder, please mute yourself throughout the meeting. If you do have questions or anything that you have out, any presentation, feel free to put it in the chat. And then we also have opportunities where you can unmute yourself and we'll let you know when that happens. Usually this meeting can get pretty heavy on attendees, so we try to keep everything in chat for as much as possible so that we don't have people talking over each other or any background noise. If you do have any issues with technology, feel free to email us if you're unable to reach us through the chat. And you can do so by emailing the dcyf.communityengagement@dcyf.wa.gov email address. Let's see. All right. And then if you're able to, I know that we were going to try something new this meeting to add to your name. For some reason, I do not have the option, so I don't know if anyone else actually has the renaming option on their screen or not. So if you go up to your box, your window box that has either your video or initials, there should be 3 dots and you can rename yourself if you want to add in, if you're an ELAC member, a regional advisor, or just call yourself RA. Next to your name, if you're staff or public attendee, that'd be great. If you're unable to do it, don't worry about it, because like I said, for some reason, I don't even have that option right now. So I'm not sure if it's just how this Zoom is or if that's just on my end. Okay, Colleen. Yeah, I don't see it either. So it's got to be this Zoom, how this Zoom was opened. So we'll have to look at that on the back end. Thank you for letting me know. So it's not just me. All right. So next we are going to do introductions. So to save a little bit of time, we're going to put your intros into the chat. So on the screen, you'll see if you can put your name, where you're located, and your role, whether you are an ELAC member, regional advisor, or if you're a DCYF staff and your role at DCYF, and then whether you're a public attendee. I just want to call out Val Arnold. She is a new member at ELAC. This is her first meeting today, and she is representing the IDEA Part C of the state lead agency position on ELAC. So welcome, Val. Thank you, everyone, for putting all of your information in the chat. Keep going. We are going to do a quick word cloud activity as well. So I know Chelsea is going to put a link to the word cloud in the chat. There it is. So if you can click on that and then add in the response to your favorite breakfast food. Some people are getting very specific. All right. This is making me pretty hungry this morning, so thank you for adding your favorite breakfast food in there. And we also wanted to, I know we had questions last time. I know we put it in the chat last meeting. We're going to put in the chat just where you can find the link to the membership and the regional advisor list on our website. And then so if you do have questions or you want to know who those are, feel free to click on that and that'll take you there. And you can also on the website, you can find all of our meeting minutes, the meeting links to the recordings and everything else. So all of the materials are embedded in those minutes. All right, well, I am going to turn it over to Lois Martin, one of the co-chairs.
All righty, thank you very much, Deanne, appreciate that. Just want to welcome everyone again and would like to point folk to our April meeting minutes. There are copies of the last meeting minutes were sent out in advance for ELAC members and regional advisors to review. And I just wanted to see now if there are any questions from those groups or any adjustments that need to be made. Maybe you were in attendance or just whatever questions you may have. All right, I'm trying to give people enough time to respond. But if not, what we need to do is to accept and approve the minutes. Does anybody need more time? If so, you can just raise your hand if you need to review them if you haven't had a chance. All right, I don't see any hands. Okay, so for ELAC members and regional advisors, we need to vote either, you can place your vote in the chat or you can feel free to use the reaction button and to choose a thumbs up if you would like to approve the minutes. So in following Robert's Rules of Order, which is something I think that we can still do, we need a motion and a second from ELAC members or an RA to accept the minutes as they're shared out. So if one of you would do that, you can unmute yourself. That would be helpful.
I move that we accept the minutes as written.
Thank you, Deanne. I appreciate that. Is there a second?
Second.
Did you guys note who that was, EC team?
It's Felicia Smith.
Felicia. Okay, got it. And then if you, for those of you that are the members and the RAs, can you put in the chat? I tried to scroll through, but the thumbs go down too quickly for me to count. So if you could put your just thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down in the chat, that would be awesome. So we can get a full head count. Thanks, Enrica. I see yours. Colleen, perfect.
All right. So while everybody is submitting their votes, thank you very much. From what I can see and looking at all the thumbs up, it looks like it's passed unanimously. So thank you very much for that. So now we just want to go through, we talked about this as the executive team, the importance of going through our ELAC purpose. But one of the things that we also wanted to do today in light of all of the tragic events that have been happening across our country is just take a minute to check in with folk and see how everyone is doing. And just take a moment of silence for the lives that have been lost in the last couple of weeks. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about ELAC's purpose. The Early Learning Advisory Council is a requirement from the federal government as part of or having an advisory council as part of our commitment to including the voices of community members, and as we look at moving the work of early learning forward in our state. So if you look at our ELAC purpose, and you think about building a comprehensive system of early learning services, that we are here to advise DCYF as requested by the Washington Early Learning Partnership, which used to be Thrive by Five, Department of Health, DSHS, and I believe that's all the members I can think of off the top of my head. We are to commit to open dialogue to bring up timely issues and diverse priorities, deliberate and influence state, local policies and programs, and to actively engage to support state and local connections. So as ELAC members and regional advisors, it's our role after we leave these meetings to go out and share whatever we glean with those that we touch, and then to bring their feedback and their thoughts to this meeting so we can ensure that we are building a early learning system in Washington State that works for everyone. So that is our purpose. Does anyone have any questions or comments? All right. Well, am I giving you guys enough time? I always hate rushing through this process. I know some of us take a little bit more time to think about and take in information. All right, well, I will move on to the feedback loop. If the CE team would please share that link in the chat. And for those who might be new to ELAC, what the feedback loop basically is questions that may have been posed at the last meeting that we had, which was in April, where state staff respond to those questions, as well as share updates on different projects and things that are going on. There are some supplemental documents that Chelsea has dropped in about the Complex Needs Fund grant, the Complex Needs Fund update and the Childhood Equity Grant Design Team update. So for those who haven't had a chance to take a look at those, please feel free. I think I can speak for myself. One of the things that I found that will be beneficial to providers is seeing the rate charts and that type of information, as well as for us as ELAC members, since we are responsible for that FSKA report, to see that the licensing subcommittee update, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail later on today. Go ahead, Colleen.
On the feedback loop, I believe I'm the one that asked if we could get a breakdown of what the dollars were spent on. And in DCYF's response, it says child care stabilization grants 400 million, but then they didn't actually break down how much went to direct funds to providers versus administrative or technical assistance. And that was actually the question I was wanting, was the more specific breakdown of those dollars, not just the like general, here's how much money was received, but a much more detailed report on those dollars.
So CE team, would you add that as a follow-up, please?
Colleen, I just made a note. I'll follow up on that and get a more detailed breakdown for you.
Thank you, Erin. Any other questions or comments?
Yep, Enrica has a question.
Go ahead, Enrique.
Yeah, thank you. You can see my hand. I was just reviewing the update regarding the temporary licensing subcommittee, and sort of the breakdown as it relates to the number of meetings and the makeup of the group, and sort of continue to notice that pattern that there seem to be very few family home providers and FFN informing the process. And even looking at the overall numbers, the numbers just seem low in my mind. And so I was just curious if there's I know there's awareness about that, but are there ways that maybe that can be addressed in some way, or things could things be done differently to help ensure that there's diversity of voice informing the process?
Yeah, it's a great question, Enrica. We definitely have been tracking and really we're just spreading the word. And I know that partners have been trying to spread the word as well. And we've asked, what times work at best. We definitely are trying to meet at the times in the day, which seem to be the response from majority of everybody. The evening meetings, we've been told they don't work that well for most people, or maybe they just don't want to attend because they've been working all day too. And I'm assuming that that's part of the reason. So we'll definitely be asking again at our midway check-in, which is in the June 15th meeting, will be our midway point. So we'll be asking members again and doing a survey poll for that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on the feedback loop, or maybe the update that was posted in the chat? So just want to read out, because I know some people might just be on their phones. Emily, part of the community engagement team, just shared thanked Enrica for calling out the missing FFNs. And I see you, Val. We're encouraging providers who cannot make the live meetings to watch the recordings and provide feedback. We are always willing to add more providers to our email list too. So if you know any family, home, or FFN providers want to participate, please send them our way. So thank you, Emily. If you would please drop the link to the recordings in the chat, that might be helpful for folk as well. I don't have the feedback loop up in front of me, so it may already be in there. So for those, if not, we'll make sure to include it from now on, and we can share it out. All right, Val, go ahead, please.
Good morning, this is Val. And I was just wondering if it might be possible in the future to think about the 69 individuals who have signed up for the updates and what the breakdown of those 69 individuals may be. Like what type of licensed setting do they represent? That might give us a sense of connections across the different types of settings as well. That was just a thought I had, just wondering if we knew the breakdown of the 69 that is signed up for updates.
Hi, Val, this is Emily Morgan. We can definitely provide that breakdown. What we have is the list of names and organizations, and if they wanted to submit that, the county of where the those who are on our distribution list are. So we can take the organization names and figure out who are family homes and who are centers. So I will make a note to work on that and get it to Erin, so it can be in your guys' next feedback loop.
All right, I see a heart up from Val, so thank you, Val. Any other questions or comments? I just want to remind folk too, that if you think of something after the meeting, or if you're reading the feedback loop a little bit later on and say, oh, I need a little bit more clarification on that, you can always drop it in the chat or send a direct message to Erin. She's shaking her head, yes. You know, even if it's at lunchtime, if it's at 3 a.m. when you cannot sleep and milk is not doing the trick, whenever it comes to you, you can always reach out to the team and let them know. All right, so Enrica, we're a little bit early, but I see Nicole is here. So if it's all right with her, maybe we can start with the legislative session planning a little bit early. So I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Lois. And as Lois sort of mentioned already, we have Nicole Rose here, DCYF's Assistant Secretary of Early Learning. And Nicole is going to be providing us with an overview of 2023 planning process, and also have us engage in an activity to help provide some feedback on decision packages. So I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here with you today. We are going to talk a little bit about decision packages today, and as Enrica said, then do a little bit of interactive planning with you all. There are a couple of places where we really want to get your feedback around potential impacts. What do you think about it? What do you think amount should be? And so if we want to go to the next slide, I'll tell you a little bit about what we hope to accomplish today. And we'll go to the next one. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our decision package drafts, and there are going to be some that you see on the slides, like I said, that are going to be some places for input. Then we're going to talk a little bit about some decision packages that are really for maintenance versus what is new development. And when I talk about maintenance, part of what that really means is, was there something that was already in law or in the Fair Start for Kids Act that we just need to put a decision package in to move that forward? And I'll go over a couple of examples of those in a moment. And then what we hope to do is to get some general comments from you all, and then any actionable edits or suggestions. And what I will say is that we had this same discussion with provider supports. This conversation happened at the ECAP directors meeting as well. And then what we hope to do is we will take all of the input that we've gathered from provider supports and other places and from ELAC, go back, take a look at what it is that we can potentially change. We'll need to look at if there's anything in the CCDF regulations or plan to make sure that any suggestions would align with that. And then we will come back to this group and let you know what we were able to incorporate. And if we weren't able to incorporate something, why we weren't able to do that. So we're excited to have this conversation today. Really looking forward to talking about childcare. I think there's some exciting things in here that are things that many folks have talked about for some time. And so looking forward to getting your feedback. And then we are going to talk about ECAP as well. So if we want to go to the next slide, I'm actually going to pause for a moment here and call your attention to a handout that you had. And it was, I believe, titled the ELAC and Provider Supports Decision Package Update. And I want to go over a couple of those items in that handout for you. These items that are in that handout really are what we would consider our maintenance level decision packages. So they are things that the agency needs to move forward with, like I said, because it's in legislation, or they are things that we were planning to move forward. And so there is a couple of buckets in here, and you'll notice that some of the buckets in here are some of the same buckets that we want to get your feedback on, but different topics. So I'll start with the prevention decision package, and that has items in there, including home visiting expansion and improvement, which is something as we look at the Fair Start for Kids Act, it asks us to continue expand home visiting. It has items in there related to substance use disorder treatment. And then expanding, strengthening families in some targeted communities to really look at where are some of those highest racial disproportionality as it relates to intakes, and really trying to get our services to those communities. In our Make Childcare Work decision package that we're considering maintenance level, we have the increased subsidy rates to the 85th percentile of the 2021 market rate survey. That is part of what is in the Fair Start for Kids Act. One of the things I do want to note, though, is that many of you all have been actively engaged in the cost of quality care cost study. And that is something that the Child Care Collaborative Task Force will submit in November. And then the Department of Children, Youth, and Families is tasked with creating a rate model that would complement that rate study that goes forward. And that will take us a little bit of time to complete. In our Make Childcare Work, we also have items related to increases in copays and income eligibility. And these two items, both the increase in copays to $165 and the increase in income eligibility to 75% state median income, come directly out of the Fair Start for Kids Act. And so again, we're considering that to be kind of a maintenance level decision package, not a lot of things that we need to discuss. We're really looking at how do we implement the law as it was written. Some of the next items on here are ECAP expansion, and there are some pieces around ECAP that we're going to talk about, but there are some pieces that are also in law that we want to make sure that we continue going down the path. And one of those is really just thinking about what it takes to meet entitlement in terms of the number of slots. And so we know as we reach towards entitlement, we need to ask for about 3,200 slots per year to meet entitlement. And then we are also looking at continued conversion of part-day slots to school day or working day. And so that is another ask that we will have. Another item on here is the elimination of background check fees decision package. So as you all know, starting July 1, there are no fees for background checks, but we would like to carry that forward. And then we have the organizational license pilot. And so we want to continue moving that decision package forward. So many of those we're really considering maintenance level, and you have them there for your reference. But there are some more that we are thinking about new things and really want to get your input on today. And so those are the ones that we're going to talk about. And then you're going to have some time to go into some small groups and facilitated discussion to give some feedback on the Jamboard. So when we think about childcare, there are a couple of buckets that we think about. Really, what is the accessibility and affordability on the family side, and how do we make things work on the provider side? So as we think about childcare access and affordability, infant toddler access, I think we all know is a huge thing we need to continue to focus on. And so there are a few things we're looking at here. One is expanding early ECAP in the areas of most need. We know that in some of our more rural communities, that early ECAP has become an integral strategy related to infant and toddler access. And so that's something that we'll look at there. And then looking at how we have some contracted slots to ensure access for children involved in our child welfare system, and then increasing the infant rate enhancement for childcare subsidy. And this is a place where when we go into small groups, we're really going to want your feedback. What would that infant rate enhancement need to look at as you think about the cost to serve infants? We have heard a lot from you all around how do we make sure that we have sustainable subsidy payments? And so one of the things we're looking at there is how do we pay licensed providers based on enrollment? And then there's also been much conversation around overpayment. And one of the things we want to really do is align our overpayment collection with federal requirements. So that would mean we would really look at things as it relates to fraud and intentional program violations, and we would not collect overpayments on administrative error or unintentional program violations. So let me give you an example of an administrative error. Let's say you were a family was determined to be eligible for subsidy, and perhaps their copay was calculated incorrectly. Once that was figured out, if there was a discrepancy and the family had not paid enough money or had overpaid, we would go back to that family and try and collect those dollars. And so really wanting to make sure, as we're thinking about reducing disproportionality, that we are not continuing to do things that have a negative impact. Colleen, to your question about contracted slots, those would not be ECAP or early ECAP. That would be something separate. And so really just trying to think about how you might have a way to essentially hold a slot for a family who is maybe involved in child welfare services to be able to serve them. I think one of the things I would note as we talk about access and affordability and making childcare work, these are all really deeply tied to our racial equity and strategic plan around how are we increasing access, how are we really thinking about those who are furthest from opportunity, and making sure that our systems are working and people can get into care. So if we want to go to the next slide. The next bucket we have here is really around making childcare work. And so I just talked a little bit about those families involved in child welfare and having contracted slots, but we also know on the front end, we have families who are maybe raising their hand because they need some sort of assistance. And right now we have some child welfare early learning navigators through our preschool development grant who have been really essential in connecting those families to a variety of different early learning services. And so we want to think about how we can increase the number of those navigators. We know that access to high quality early learning can really be a preventative measure. Folks, if you are serving both children who are receiving child welfare, childcare, and working connections, you are probably well aware that there are two kind of different subsidy programs right now. And one of the goals that we've had since becoming a department is really trying to bring those two programs together. And so transitioning that child welfare, childcare into working connections would mean that we could really, I think, have a seamless system and make sure that families with children in protective services had 12-month eligibility. And we would continue that if they had been receiving those protective services in the past 6 months. So I'm hoping to make that happen. Right now, we count child support as countable income. And I think you've seen some other measures in other parts of the agency where we've looked at child support and parent pay. And there are times when counting child support either makes a family's copay higher or it actually excludes them from eligibility. And we think that it's a really good idea to not count child support and make sure that we're getting as many families eligible as possible for both working connections and for ECAP. And then job search is another piece that has continued to come up. Once you get a job, you have access to care, but if you need to find a job, having access to care while you're doing that can be a little bit problematic. And so we are looking at how we might allow job search as an approved activity at application and reapplication. We want to go to the next slide. Here is another place where we're going to want some of your feedback. And one of the things I'll also note is a lot of this was thought about as we were looking at Build Back Better coming. And Build Back Better, I think, did a lot of really great things. It was really broadening eligibility for care. And I think really building on some of the great foundation that we had from the Early Start Act and Fair Start for Kids Act. And one of the things in there was authorizing full-time care for all children. And so that would mean we don't do part day anymore, that everybody would have access to full-time care. This is a place where we are really interested in understanding if there are any kind of unintended impacts here that we're not thinking about. I know oftentimes folks may have a couple of part-time kids who make up a full-time slot for them. So really interested in hearing some feedback here. As we look at approved activities, requiring only one parent to participate in an approved activity. And I think this really goes along the lines of kind of continuity of care and really thinking about, even if one family is in work, that access to that high quality care pre-kindergarten is essential as we think about kindergarten readiness, but also really important for our school age kids as well. And then 12-month restriction on homeless grace period. I mean, I think this is really something we have heard from advocates and others. Families previously experiencing homelessness could have a 12-month grace period and then would have to have a break before they could have access to another 12-month grace period. And I think one of the things that we've heard is that as families are working to find housing, that sometimes that's not something that happens immediately in 12 months, and that having some flexibility in how long we can extend the homeless grace period would be extremely helpful. Now we can go ahead and go to the next slide. You'll see continued streamlining here, where we're really saying if a child is participating in ECAP and Head Start, and when I say ECAP and Head Start, I'll just call your attention to the bullet below where it's talking about ECAP, early ECAP, Head Start, tribal Head Start, migrant seasonal Head Start, so kind of that whole suite of ECAP or Head Start services, we would want to count participation in those as an approved activity for Working Connections childcare. And this becomes really important when a family may have a job when they first start in a full day Head Start center. And if something were to happen at reapplication, you would potentially not have that approved activity for subsidy. So yes, Colleen, this would include early Head Start as well, and we can make sure to update that. I would say it's really the suite of our ECAP and Head Start services. So want to ease that access for families, and also understand that this is supportive of providers as well, because it allows some continuity of funding. And then you see this continuation of broadening the amount of approved activities that are allowed. And so allowing family participation in medical activities as an approved activity is something that we want to take a look at as well. And so again, I would say part of what we're really looking at here with accessibility and affordability and making childcare work is how are we implementing some strategies on both the provider and the family side to not only provide continuity of care for the family and child, even more so than today, but also to really look at how is that provider payment becoming more sustainable, and making sure that it is there, I would say, regardless of family circumstance. And we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So one of the things I want to acknowledge is I just talked a lot about childcare, and now I'm going to talk about ECAP. And I want to say that as we continue to build on the strong foundation of a mixed delivery system here in Washington State, you can't really talk about ECAP expansion without talking about childcare and vice versa. And so one of the things we're really trying to do at the department is, as we think about things and changes that we're doing on the childcare subsidy side, what are the potential impacts on the ECAP side? And again, as we're thinking about ECAP, what does that mean we need to be thinking about for Working Connections? So if you recall, I talked about one of the maintenance packages being adding 3,200 slots per year for ECAP. And there are a few things that need to be in place in order to make that happen. One of those is making sure that we have a sustainable slot rate for ECAP providers. And if you think about programs like Head Start, or quite honestly, transitional kindergarten, those slot rates are higher than what we currently pay for ECAP. And so we want to make sure that we have a sustainable slot rate there. As we think about making sure we have enough providers ready to do 3,200 slots in our mixed delivery system, including licensed family homes, centers, nonprofits, school districts, we know that we have to have an equitable way to make sure we have a trained workforce, trained on standards, making sure that providers have the administrative systems in place in order to implement ECAP. And so making sure that we've got some technical assistance available is also extremely important. One of the pieces of ECAP that is one of the things that has made it high quality for years is the implementation of child assessment and curriculum. And so we need to make sure that there is funding available to cover not only existing ECAP providers, but new ECAP providers, and that ongoing use of assessment and curriculum, which are really supported at the state level at this point in time. And we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So what we're hoping to do is really give you all some time in some small groups to look at a couple of key content areas and make edits or suggestions, and just note any areas of unintended impact, or even I would say note areas where you're like, yay, we're so excited that this is being thought about. There will also be a slide where you can just put in some things around what you like about it, what questions or curiosities do you have, or what is missing just on the decision packages in general, excuse me, while we do want some specific feedback on some certain areas. So I don't know if Chelsea or Aaron, if you want to show them the Jamboard so they can see the questions before we go into groups, or if folks are just ready to go into some small groups. You will have a facilitator there with you, and that facilitator really is there actually to just answer any questions, assist any help with the Jamboard if needed, and to kind of come back to our group if there are things, more information that you need as you're thinking about what you like, questions or curiosities you have, or other pieces as you're looking at the questions. Absolutely, Colleen. So I don't know, Chelsea or Aaron, if you can put the link up to the Jamboard so folks can see it real quick before we go into breakout rooms. And then you're going to get the majority of time to have some small group conversation, and then we'll come back together and talk a little bit about what we've learned. So what I would say is you all can go ahead and click on that link if you would like. I will tell you the questions that are on there. So one is, if everyone were authorized for full-time care, what questions does it bring up for you? And again, you've got sort of these options: what I like, I'm curious or have questions about, and what is missing. The next one is around childcare and job search. By allowing job search as an allowable activity, how does it impact your program or families served? The next one is around an infant rate enhancement, and what would be a meaningful infant rate enhancement amount? I will say that we have a $90 infant rate enhancement that is about to be rolled out, but really curious based on your knowledge and expertise, what that rate enhancement would be to incentivize serving infants. For ECAP, one of the things that we're thinking about as we think about the number of providers needed to reach entitlement is acknowledging that families may already be receiving services where they may be both working connections and ECAP eligible. And so as a provider, what would it take for you to consider serving children and families enrolled in or eligible for ECAP? And then the last question about ECAP is really, what do you need in order to successfully expand ECAP? And then there is a space for, what other thoughts do you have about the proposed decision packages in general? So we are excited to
Hey, Nicole.
Yep.
Can I ask a question? This is Julie with Creative Kids, and I'm on the phone, so I won't be in breakout rooms at all. But I'm wondering if there's any chance that DCYF might write a decision package changing, or I don't even know if it would take funding, but to change the billing structure so that centers bill like family homes do. I understand that family homes enter the number 1 to claim for a month, whereas centers count the number of business days in a month and then enter, say, 22 or 21 or sometimes 20. So the family homes, my understanding is they have the stability of having a set amount every month because they just claim 1.
Yeah, that's a great question, Julie. And part of that is really, I think, dependent upon how we look at sustainable payments and what enrollment-based pay looks like. And so licensed family homes right now do have a monthly rate, and there's some There's some prorating that happens if they have to close down, but I think some of that would be, as we think about that enrollment-based pay or sustainable payment, how that's implemented. And so I think that would be a great piece of what we'll do, Julie, is note that, because I think part of what I hear in that is having that monthly rate, and then which is almost the same as enrollment-based pay, but not quite. And so I think I'm hearing wanting to have both of those. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think what it does is it helps incentivize providers to take subsidy kids, because then they're being able to bill like they do private families, where the rate doesn't change if it's February versus if it's a longer month.
Yeah, we will definitely make a note of that on the board, Julie. The
Thank
other
you.
thing I'll just say before we go into breakout rooms is that the $90 infant incentive is monthly right now, Deanne. So I think I'll just pause there and see if there are any other questions before we give you all some time to go and have some discussion. Okay, so I think whomever is the breakout room person can make that happen now.
And I just want to let everyone know, as Chelsea gets those breakout rooms together, there's two jam boards. It's mentioned, Angela shouted it out in the chat, but so the first few groups will be on Jamboard A, the second batch of groups will be in Jamboard B, but they are matching Jamboards.
Thank you, Erin. And I want to say a big thank you to our facilitator team who is helping us with this today. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And Val, I think the slide deck will go out after the meeting, correct, Erin?
Do they have access to the slides now, so that, you know, if they weren't taking detailed notes on what the proposals are, that they can reference them in the conversation?
That I'm not sure of. I know that sometimes it can be tricky to navigate. Chelsea, do you have an answer on that?
Yeah, I do have a link to that. I can broadcast to them all, because I don't think if I put it in the chat now, they'll be able to see. So let me.
That might be good, because it was a lot that Nicole covered. And good job, Nicole, as usual.
Thanks, Chelsea, for doing that.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, so they're already off in Magic Room Land.
Yes.
I'm sitting in my car on one screen. It is a different experience for me. So I feel like I can't see everything that's happening.
I would not have been able to guess that, Nicole. You did a great job.
That's good.
Who's call-in user number 1?
Hi, this is Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi. For one, I have this weird number that shows up that I usually change my name, and it's not giving me the option to change my name. And then also I didn't get the sent to a group.
Yep, we'll make sure that you get sent to a group, but then I still don't know who call-in user 1 is, Genevieve.
Make sure that they get into a group if they.
Is that Julie?
That might be me.
Hi,
that
Julie.
might be me. I don't know how I show up.
Yeah, to you, Julie.
Julie, we can still put you in a group, even though you're just in a call-in, and then folks could make your comments for you on the Jamboard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can move you both right now. One second.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah. For some reason, that link, it won't let me put that link to the PowerPoint slides into the broadcast message to all. I don't know why. It might be too long, but.
Chelsea, go ahead and put the link in the Jamboard slide or put it somewhere
Yep.
and then we can stick it there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be good. And then we can make sure the facilitators know.
Okay, I will do that right now.
Thank you, Chelsea. Is
I know you're
everyone
doing
else on
brilliant
here?
things, Chelsea. I just wanted to call out, do you want to pause the recording?
Yes, one sec.
The other family comes.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It looks like we have most folks back. I want to thank everybody for the comments. I looked through the Jamboards and see lots of comments around workforce and how do we make sure that we have some foundational pieces in place for workforce in order to do this. Comments around stabilizing and how do we take larger measures at a time to really stabilize things for both families and for providers. Also saw some comments about the infant rate and the $90 incentive, and that was just so folks know that we had a pot of money and needed to look at the number of infants we were serving, and we're able to come up with a $90 incentive. But that's why we really wanted to get some feedback from you all around what would be a meaningful amount to incentivize infant care. And I saw some comments in there around, $250 and a couple of different things. So thank you for that. One of the things I would say just as we close out is we wanted to be able to give you all time while you were together today, but I would say feel free to go back into this link and add some information in here if you choose to do that. And we'll be taking a look at all of this and then coming back to you all and letting you know what we are able to incorporate. And also just want to thank our facilitators for, again, being with the group, and thank you all for, I would say, the honest comments and thoughts on the Jamboard. And I'm looking forward to digging into those and reading through them and looking at what provider support said and others as well to see where we can adjust. So I hope you all have a wonderful day. And I know that you're going to have a probably very lively conversation around language access. So thanks again. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Oh,
Hey, Nicole.
Nicole, before you leave, I see Colleen has a hand up.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I missed that. Thank you, Enrique.
So Nicole, I was expecting to be able to give feedback on the other parts of the decision package, not just the questions that were on this slide. Would it be appropriate for us to add, like on the Jamboard, to add another slide to give other feedback? Because we just spent a lot of time focusing on a small part of the
Yeah.
package, and really I'd like to be able to comment on the full
Yep.
package.
Yeah, if you look on there's a slide, Colleen, that says general. And so
Okay.
on that general piece, you can add comments there. The one thing I would say is that the items that are on the kind of one pager that went out, those are pretty solid around what we need to move forward, because that's based on current law. But the other things that were in the slides, please feel free to add general comments there as well.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was the right.
Yes, I apologize if that wasn't clear. Thank you for asking that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Nicole, can you share with everyone briefly how long the slides will be up for, the Jamboard will be available for comments in case they want to share out with community members? Or
Yeah,
do you want
you know, that's a great question, Lois. I had that thought as well. And I'm going to look at Angela or someone else on the team. I'm thinking we can keep that open through at least the end of this week, beginning of next week. Angela, any issues with that?
Lois, I would say if there's a time frame that works best or for everyone, feel free to share that. And then that will help us to know when we should synthesize what's there. So if we gave until, I'm trying to look at the dates here at the calendar at the same time, the 17th, does that seem like it feels like enough time?
It does to me, but I would really like to see ELAC members and RAs weigh in on this by maybe giving thumbs up. I wish we did have a thumb sideways button.
I know, and I can only see so many.
Yeah, and I think if we can keep it to that, because one of the things I just want to acknowledge is then we have to have turnaround time to look at that and incorporate back and look at CCDF and then get all of these written by August.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we see thumbs up there and stuff, but yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, they're coming in, Angela and Nicole, in the chat. I see some thumbs up from RAs and ELAC members. So if you guys would continue weighing in on June 17th as a stop. And since we are having more time, is it possible for your team to add the pages for the other pieces, maybe making that general page a little bit clearer about what folks can weigh in on that last page? Is that doable since we have a little bit more time?
Nicole, I think that question might be a little bit more specifically for you. Do you want us to add more details there? Do we have the ability to add more details there about other parts of the decision package for people to weigh in on?
Yeah, I think what I would say is making sure that the link to the slides is updated and that you could weigh in on any of those items that are on those slides. And I would just note on your sticky note which item you're weighing in on.
Okay, so I guess if you would send out, Nicole, that would be great. If you could just add that as general, add that to that final slide to let folk know under the general that they can comment on other parts of the package there, just so they know that there is a place and there is a space for those who may not be in attendance. It'll just be clear if you guys could modify that page, please.
Absolutely, and we'll make a note to reference an item. So we'll work with ELAC with community engagement to make that happen.
Thank you, thank you. All right, well, I want to thank you very much for that piece. And I am sorry I'm not on camera, but I will be when I return. But I do want to take a minute to thank Nicole and then to point us toward the 2023 Part 2 legislative session planning around language access. Katrina Osborne is here to give an overview, and then we will break into small groups again. And she is going to ask us to provide feedback on the language access decision package. So, Katrina.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katrina Osborne, and I'm the Strategic Project Manager for the Administrative Services Division. Just want to say thank you for having me today. I'm excited to talk with you about the progress on DCYF's Language Access Plan and the initial decision package that we are building. Next slide, please. And we'll go ahead and go through the next one. Thanks. So I'll be giving a short presentation on the Language Access Plan and our process for developing it. And then I'll also describe the goals of the Language Access Draft Decision Package and ask you to provide guidance on the decision package ideas that we have so far. Next slide. But first, what is a Language Access Plan? So it's the procedures, processes, and best practices to help DCYF promote language-based inclusion and enhance our capacity to serve families with limited English proficiency, or LEP. That's probably how we refer to it now. The most important component for ensuring equitable engagement with LEP families is language access. Strong communication is essential to build the relationships that support our work and mission. Communication challenges make it difficult to build rapport and will impact the ability to support education about and referrals to child and family supports. Not only is this best practice, but it's our responsibility as recipients of federal funds to meet federal language access requirements. Some key components of language access plans include efforts to assess and identify LEP communities, the identification and translation of the vital documents that we use to communicate, staff training, funding and procurement, an implementation plan that has objectives and benchmarks, and collaboration with the LEP communities and other stakeholders. So this graphic, the key components, this one is from DOT, and this is one of my favorites just because it really captures all of the main points. And then this other example is from the DSHS plan. So hopefully you can see that there's a very clear objective, an action plan, and success measures. So these are, we've been reviewing from all over the state and, basically all over. We've been looking at everyone's language access plans, just trying to get some ideas and pull those best practices. Next slide, please. So DCYF was directed to develop an agency-wide language access plan. The budget proviso specifically called out action items regarding staffing recommendations, reviewing successful policies and practices from other state agencies, developing our multilingual workforce, and creating a framework to help engage LEP service providers, agencies, and families, and help them access and navigate our resources. Next slide. So really what we've been building is a plan for a plan. The language access plan is a very high level of the language access strengths, deficits, challenges, and needs for all of the different areas of DCYF. So this is going to be kind of a blueprint for the future. I'm looking at it like a roadmap and steps that we will need to take to get there. So we're planning for milestones over multiple years, and we're including frequent reviews to make sure that we're on track with our implementation and that we're making meaningful improvements. This plan is not static. So this plan will continue to grow and change with agency, with our needs and our service needs. So this will be an agency-wide plan. But we are hoping that there will be room for each division to tailor their implementation in a way that's going to work best for them. Our next steps are to consult and seek feedback from external stakeholders across all lines of DCYF. We'll continue to work with our internal staff work group, and that staff will help assist as subject matter experts on the implementation in their service areas. And then we'll be submitting the plan to the legislature in the summer of 2022. And we'll be requesting funding in 2023 to begin implementing our language access strategies. Next slide. So we have a couple of ideas for the decision package. And we're really looking at this as the first bite of the apple. So we know that we'll be requesting more funds in the future as the plan is implemented. But one of the first things that we identified was website translation. So we know that we can easily identify key elements of the DCYF website, including forms and publications for translation into the top 3 languages that we work with. So Spanish has been identified, and we are continuing to gather data to determine those other top 2 languages. So we'll have our top 3. But we're still working on some data and trying to figure out which of the next 2 languages we'll need. So we plan to maintain the early learning language coordinators that were funded in 2021. And we would like to expand this to 6 FTE across the agency. So this staff will help coordinate translation of materials and make sure that translations are consistent. They'll be doing outreach to community organizations, and they'll be helping expand language access and equity for providers and caregivers across DCYF. We also plan to hire a permanent language access project manager. It will be important to have someone who can help coordinate this implementation, and this person will also guarantee regular updates and continuation of the plan. Next slide. So next we'll be asking you to meet in groups and discuss the decision package ideas. So we'll be looking at, what do you like about the ideas we have so far? What questions or curiosities do you have, and what do you think is missing? And I believe we have a Jamboard to help capture those ideas. Oh, I see the ELAC legislative planning language access. There we go. So that would be the Jamboard. And yes, we would love any feedback that you have, anything that you think is missing. Yeah, anything that you're willing to give us, we're happy to work in.
This is Genevieve with DCYF. Just double checking, since I know this is a topic that we haven't come to this group with much, are there any questions about sort of what we're asking to get feedback on? Today we're just talking about the decision package, but we will be coming back to ELAC for feedback on the overall plan itself. So this is not, obviously you have not seen a language access plan in these slides. So we will be coming back, but this is just the low-hanging fruit that we think that we could tackle in the 23 session. So any questions about that sort of division or what we're asking for feedback on today?
So this is Nancy Spurgeon. My question, I think I'm understanding. So this is a plan for the entire agency, right? This is not just early learning. This is for all of DCYF. Okay.
Yes, this is a plan for all of DCYF.
Okay.
And the items that we're thinking we'd like to ask for in the 23 session are also for all of DCYF. But we do currently have, from the 21 budget, we do have 2 early learning language access coordinators. Many of you have met with them. So part of the ask is to maintain them because they are temporarily funded right now. So part of the ask is to maintain them and then to add more like them for the rest of the agency to have that support.
Okay.
Very quiet. We must have stunned you into silence. Kelsey, Erin, if there's no other questions, do we want to move into small groups?
Yeah, I can send them off now. One sec.
Thanks, everyone.
And I'm wondering, Katrina, maybe you and I should pop into some small groups because they were so quiet and that's not like them. And they may be still mulling over what we're asking. That might be helpful.
Yeah, if anybody wants to drop me in to something, I'll.
Yeah. Pop us into separate groups.
For sure. 1 second.
And it also might be helpful to go back to the slide that had the plan on it.
They can't see it in the small group. But if there's that link that you had, Chelsea, from the last one, maybe we could put that in.
Yeah, I can add that link to the Jamboard in just a moment. I can send you both off though first and then add that in.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yeah, no problem.
Then kick back out.
Well, it seems like we've reached maybe the end of our time. I'm seeing lots of feedback on the Jamboard and lots of questions and curiosities. So that's a very exciting. Thank you for everyone. Thank you to everyone for sharing. So next steps, again, thank you for all of your feedback on the decision package ideas that we have so far. Our next steps are going to be gathering feedback across DCYF and our service areas. We'll be crunching the numbers and drafting the decision package to submit to the governor's office in September. And then we'll be continuing to work with stakeholders to reflect on the feedback that we've received here, incorporating what we can, and then, what were we not able to incorporate, and then what can we potentially be building into future phases of the plan. So very excited for all of this feedback. Thank you so much. And then I think, unless there was anything else, I think the next slide has my contact information on it. And so you can definitely reach out to me. I am the project manager for this. And then we also have a project implementation team that I work with. And so I'm happy to answer any questions or take any of your other feedback or comments.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Katrina. And before Katrina leaves us here, I just want to make sure to give everyone one final opportunity. If there are any remaining questions at this time. Okay, it looks like there's no questions, but again, you do have Katrina's contact information if questions do pop up. And thank you again. So now what we're going to be doing actually is moving into a break. I want to give everyone a little bit of a break here. It is 11:05 right now, and so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back at 11:15. Okay, enjoy your time. Okay, it looks like it's 11:15. I hope everyone had the opportunity to take a little break, stretch your legs, maybe grab something to eat. Let's see, Chelsea, would you be able to change the slides? Okay, perfect, great, thank you so much. So next, we have DCYF, Director of the Office of Innovation, Alignment, and Accountability, Vicki Ybarra here, and she is going to be providing us with an overview of the data dashboard and updates to support ELAC's FSKA work. And Vicki, I'm not sure if you also have someone supporting you with this presentation today or not, if perhaps Min is here from Washington STEM. Wasn't sure, but don't want to miss anyone in those introductions.
Yes, thanks, Amrika. Happy to be here today. And yes, Min is here as well. I have a number of updates for you today, including the FSKA dashboard. So of course, we want to be sure to include our partners at WASDN who've been so important in that work. In addition, I have a couple of other updates for you. So I appreciate the time on your agenda today. Thanks so much. Next slide, please. Okay, so these, in the short time we have together today, these are the three main updates I have for you today. I wanted to be sure that you were all aware of the new evaluative briefs we've published related to our evaluation on the preschool development grant. I know a number of you are involved in that, perhaps not all of you, but a number of you, and there's some very specific products that we've developed I want to make you aware of. And then, of course, the update on the stabilization grants dashboard, and I'll turn it over to Min when we get to that point. And then just a quick look at some upcoming developments so we can preview some things we'll talk about at our next meeting. Thanks. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. So in terms of the preschool development grant, for those of you who've been involved with the preschool development grant, you know that they are funding and testing a number of different programs and innovations. These are disparate kinds of innovations, but they are all important, we believe, to a robust birth to 8 system, which is our priority as an agency to support a robust and healthy birth to 8 high quality early learning system. So I bring these to you just for information to let you know that we have published sort of mid-course evaluative briefs on each of these projects as separate products. There are a number of larger reports that go to the federal reporting, federal funders on what we're doing with preschool development, but these are really meant to be and are designed to be consumable by people working in the field, other stakeholders, policymakers, a wide variety of people. So they're less the detail of everything that's been happening and more an overview of the evaluation to date. We have 3 staff inside DCYF who have been devoted to the evaluation of PDG since its inception. Kara leads that team, and then Adasa and Katie are also important members of that team. We've been conducting primarily formative evaluation to look at these innovations as they're stood up, but you'll see that each of these briefs has some data and numbers associated with them, some information on what's happened with those innovations during the course of the preschool development grant. And I produced the PDF of this slide deck in a way that all of those links should be live. So if you have even a PDF version of the slide deck, you should be able to click right through to them. They're on our main reports page. We publish them on our main reports page in DCYF. Thanks, Min, for that. So before we pivot, I just want to take a moment to answer any questions people might have about the preschool development grant or the evaluation work we're doing there. Okay, great. Next slide, please. All right, so today we have for you the pre-publication, but soon to be published version of the Stabilization Grant Awards dashboard. Remember that we've brought this to this group before in a beta format and got feedback from you all 2 months ago at your meeting, and that feedback's been incorporated and we now are ready to publish. So I'm going to turn it over to Min. As I've mentioned before, our partners at WASDEM have been terrific on these dashboards. They've really brought the technical expertise that's allowed us to put the data we have into a dashboard format, and we really appreciate their partnership. And I will also note that this is not yet published on the DCYF website, but will be this week. I had hoped to have it published today for you, but it will be published this week. So by Friday, you'll be able to see it on the DCYF dashboard. And with that, I'll turn it over to Min. Thanks, Min.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Vicki, for the introduction. And thank you all again for inviting us to this meeting today. For those of you who were here April ELAC meeting, thank you so much for your feedback. We were trying to address a lot of questions that you have commented during our session last month. And those of you who haven't seen these dashboards, these are the ones that's as a result of the Federal American Rescue Plan Act called ARPA. DCYF has awarded ARPA funds to be used for stabilizing the childcare system across the state of Washington. So as of today, we have about more than 5,000 sites who have applied for the stabilization grants, and there are about more than $320 million that's out the door to the providers right now. And the very first one that I'm going to illustrate here is the Childcare Stabilization Grant Award dashboard that's for licensed providers. So if you go to the very right top corner, there's see this in full screen, and you'll see this type of icon on the embedded dashboard that we're going to have it on the DCYF website as well, probably on the bottom right. So once you click on it, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to digest. And the very first one has the information about like how many numbers of awardees have received this funds, like in a monthly basis. Oh, am I not sharing screen?
Nope, let me stop my share. Sorry about that, Min.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I was already sharing the screen. Can you all see it now? Okay,
Looks great, man.
thank you. So the very first one that has a number of awards or the total grant awarded by monthly basis. Oh, it's too small? Interesting. Does this work, Tian, you think? Is this better? One more? Okay, I'll go one more. Oh, that's too much. So the trick that I used is if you press Control, if you're using Windows, and plus, it can zoom into these dashboards since we have created for website version that's embedded into one small kind of like pages. I think that there's a user interface issues when you're clicking on these links. So once we have a live dashboard, we're going to address that as well. But the very first one that you'll see is about the number of awards or the total grant awarded by monthly basis. One of the feedback that we got is like we'd like to also know the running total of these awards, as well as the number of awardees like who have received these grants. So there's information around that one, and you can also filter it into different kind of facility type or even subsidy status. So there's filters that you can use it, and it will automatically iterate it for you. Like depends on the needs that you have. It's working for everything. And the third map that you have already seen is the darker side with the total award map, like that's been granted to different levels of the regions that you want to see, whether it's a county level, DCIF regions, legislative districts, school districts, or zip codes. So if you hover around, it's going to show you, let's say in King County, that's where I'm from right now. Does iterate information regarding total numbers, total amount of awards awarded, as well as the average awards awarded with some distinction or differentiation with the 3 different buckets of the awards that's been provided to providers. And the fourth one, pretty much the same. This is the map about the average award map, which has information about the second bullet that you see from this tooltip about average dollars awarded, and it's been illustrated to demonstrate the average amount based on the county or the different regions that you would like to see as well. And yeah, if you want to see other awards, like this is not like something that feels like it's been universal, or not everyone has asked for the same amount of categorizations when they have applied for these grants. So you'll see a lot of variations, like with other counties. For instance, if you go to Ferry, there were only 2 awards awarded, and their needs will be much different than the ones that you would see from the larger metropolitan areas, as well as like if you go to the Lincoln, for instance, like they have 38% workforce and then 25% on verifiable add-ons. There are some questions about verifiable add-ons, that how DCIF has calculated that information, and we can't not give you the exact calculation method, but the rough distinction that we have so far is that if there were 6 or 7 different factors that you could see from the second dashboard that we have illustrated on the early learning dashboard suites. So if you Google early learning dashboards, you'll see that.
We call those zip code factors, man. We call those zip code factors, and those will be moving to the 3rd position. We'll put the new award dashboards in the 2nd position.
Got it. So this will be the sort of like the very first page that you can see every single dashboards that we have created and illustrated and iterated with DCYF. And the childcare stabilization zip code factors are the ones that we have used to calculate the number of different factors that's considered the verifiable add-ons that providers can receive through these stabilization grants. And as you can see, there are a number of different factors based on the zip codes that we can see. So these were the add-on features that we have added, as if there's one factor that you're qualified for the stabilization grant, you are awarded like $1,000 extra for that total award. So we're happy to answer any questions that you have, and we'd love to hear any feedback about our work so far. So
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Could you scroll up there just a little bit? Oh,
sorry.
I'm gonna have you scroll up and show the whole suite.
Yes.
Just so folks can see. Yeah, so if you go to the DCYF website, This is what we call our early learning dashboard suite. So it's where we're the main page, the main jumping off page that we're putting all of our early learning dashboards, those that we develop with WASDAN and those we develop ourselves. So you can, this list is just got three right now: need and supply, childcare stabilization, zip code factors, and then the early achievers dashboard. It will soon have a fourth and then a fifth. So this will grow as time goes on.
And I just wanted to highlight that all the calculations was calculated from DCYF team, and without their support, we weren't able to iterate any of the visualization that we have on these suites. So I really appreciate Vicky's effort, as well as DCYF OIA team and program team's effort.
So in response to Min's request for questions or feedback, are there questions or feedback on this? Mostly what he's shown you here is the licensed dashboard, which is going to be the next to be published. We will have an FFN version of that. It's going to be a little bit behind, so it won't be published with the licensed fair report. We've got to figure out we've got to solidify our processes for this first one first, and then we'll get the FFN one up. Questions or feedback? Okay, great. So just if we want to go back to the main presentation or main slide deck, I can just speak to a couple of things that are coming up in terms of upcoming developments. We do expect that once we finish the design of these grant award dashboards, that we will be able to pivot back to the subsidy take-up dashboard, hopefully to have published by late July. Recall that this has probably been the top item, the most frequently requested item from this group and from others in order to address questions of subsidy take-up. So that will be, next slide, please, I'm sorry. The subsidy take-up rate dashboard, there you go. Subsidy take-up rate dashboard will be our next one after this one and after the FFN. I have a question from Susie as to the purpose of this level of sophistication for this dashboard. I think the purpose of putting data out in a dashboard form is in order to satisfy the requests we're getting and to demonstrate transparency. We get a lot of requests as an agency for all of these data. We use these data in decision making, and we want to be transparent about where, for instance, in the need and supply, where the need and supply is. In the case of the grants, we want to be transparent in where the grants have gone. It's one way for us to get data out and not have to answer questions one at a time. So that everybody has the information. Everybody has the same information, not just those who might have access to particular staff or access to particular information, but that everybody has the same information. Does that answer your question, Susie?
And I actually want to also add that the raw data that public can access to will be available on data.wa.gov once the data transformation is complete, meaning that we're aggregating the data so that we're not identifying any private or individual level information. So Vicky's team is working on reiterating that data to be aggregated, and we'll make sure that ELAC members will be notified once that data is available as well.
Thanks, man. We also have a question from Colleen who asks, can we see a breakdown of how the ARPA funds have been spent thus far? I think this dashboard will give you that information. How has it been spent and where? And then how much is left and how these funds are anticipated to be spent if remaining. I think that the dashboard will tell you where the funds have been spent. I think these bigger questions of how much is left and how will it be spent, that's really a question for the program. So I would defer to Nicole and that team for response to those bigger questions. Right. So that is what we have for you today. I've left you my contact info if you have questions afterwards. Next slide, please. In terms of your question calling, the dashboard, we expect to be live by the end of the week. So look for it on our dashboard, early learning dashboard suites by the end of the week. There's also a place nearby there and on our OIAA page to sign up for updates for all of our products. So if anyone's interested in signing up for updates. A couple more slides. I've got an appendix here. I just wanted to make sure you were aware I was tracking. So at every ELAC meeting, I want to be sure to let you know we continue to track the items that you've indicated you want us to track. Next slide, please. So in terms of Fair Start for Kids, remember we've worked through the initial objectives to make sure that we're developing data and indicators to allow us to determine the extent to which we've been able to meet these objectives of the legislation. We are going to be hiring an evaluator who will be doing the longer term evaluation of the Fair Start for Kids Act, and will be lead on producing the internal evaluation report that's due at the end of 2023. In the meantime, we want to be able to stand up as much data and indicators as we can, so that we don't just know a year from now, looking back, the extent to which we've accomplished these objectives, but so that we all can see all along the way the extent to which these objectives have been met. So on the left side are the objectives of the legislation. On the right side are some of the data and indicators we've identified to support evaluation of the objectives. And in red are the feedback that we've gotten here from ELAC. And then, of course, highlighted is the subsidy access and take-up, which has been the top request we've gotten. And as I noted, will be our next dashboard. Just wanted to make sure you all are aware that we haven't forgotten this feedback you've given us as we continue to work through this list to try to develop this data and indicators. Happy to answer any remaining questions that you might have or take any additional feedback you might have for us.
Susan, I see your hand is up. Do you have any question?
Yeah, I do. And forgive my, ignorance. I'm not a great data person, but when at KidsCo, when we do our audit, we provide data to the auditors, and then they test the data to prove, fidelity and integrity and all that kind of stuff in the data that we provide. Is there any testing, or what kinds of things do you all do to, do random testing to see that the data matches the calculations that are coming forward, since you guys aren't doing the calculation work? Does that make sense?
So I could speak to that. We have a data QA process inside OIAA before we release the data. So that data, I oversee the Office of Innovation Alignment Accountability. We're a group of researchers, data reporters, SQL developers, and we have processes for doing that QA inside of OIAA, and our agreement with WASDEM calls for us to do that QA before it's released. Min does get confidential data. He does additional transformations so that we're masking the confidentiality and not releasing any provider's individual data. So he's able to do additional calculations and transformations with the data. I'm sorry, that was a technical answer. I'm not sure if that answers.
No, I just think it's important to test, accuracy and authenticity. And I didn't know if that was, baked into the process or not. It sounds like it is. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more of a standard QA process and not a formal audit process, but it is industry standard for IT and data products.
And I wanted to add one more thing, like if this may be helpful, that like we always check null values before we iterate anything on the dashboard, because that's one of the biggest kind of like miscalculated field that could happen for iterating any density, especially with color schematization. So the programs that we use are called RStudio. Those are the coding transformation. The null value means that it's a value that does not been entered by either due to human entry error, meaning that when we have collected that information, that value is not, it does not mean it's 0. It just has a blank cell within the Excel spreadsheet that you see. But if that comes in, the total number of the, like, let's say we're calculating for averages, could be deterred or wrong due to, if you think about the nominators and denominators, like that you have learned from algebra, like that could deter the total calculation of what we're doing. So that's probably the best way that I can answer in a bigger picture. So, and especially with the longitude or latitude that we are doing quality assurance for mapping those information out, since we only get the information about the addresses, city, zip code, as well as the state. We use QGIS. There's a platform called QGIS to reiterate those latitude and longitude into the geocode ID that's been provided by the federal government, usually from census, so that we're matching those processes to see if it's actually matching with the legislative districts. Sometimes census track too, but not for the DCYF dashboard purposes. But we have that information there to feed into Tableau, and then we work in Tableau to do the data visualization. So it's about like 9 to 10 steps that we're trying to assure that there's a quality assurance piece addressed in any steps of the human error that we can potentially make. So I do really believe that it is important to understand. So thank you so much for questioning that, Susan.
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nan. All right. So if there are no other questions, we will see you again in 2 months. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Vicki and Min. And just want to do one final check just to make sure there aren't any remaining questions. Okay, looks like all questions have been answered, but you also have contact information in case questions do come up. And so at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lois, and that way she can introduce our next presenter.
All right, thank you very much, Enrica. Appreciate that. So we have a couple of different things that are coming up. First, we're going to have a report from our own Colleen Condon. She's going to share out a little bit about the Fair Starts for Kids Act Temporary Licensing Subcommittee. And during the presentation, if you would please type your questions or comments into the chat box. And once the presentation is over, we will answer all type questions as well as open it up to any additional questions. So Colleen, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Lois. I hope nobody is expecting anything super formal. I'm just kind of giving an update as a participant of this subcommittee update. So Deanna, I'm not even sure if you guys had slides you were going to share during this time. I kind of have my list of meeting topics to go through.
I don't believe there are slides for this one. Chelsea, can you confirm that? I think we just have the title slide.
Yeah, we just have this title slide right here.
Okay, well, I'll try not to bore everyone with nothing happening on the screen. But yes, the licensing subcommittee was part of the Fair Starts for Kids legislation, and the group began meeting back in January and has been kind of running through different topics as it pertains to DCYF's licensing division and the work that they do with providers. So I will just list off some of the meeting topics that we've had, and then I can go into a little bit more detail. Actually, I'll give a couple little things about each one as I go. So the first meeting was really just going over the legislation, getting the group together, kind of setting that up. And then we looked at the organizational structure and review process of licensing. At the next meeting, we went over the DCYF licensing checklist and the early learning guidebook. From that meeting, I recall feedback about the checklist and the guidebook. The guidebook is now an online document that you can access from the website intentionally so that it can be updated as need be and be provided in multiple languages. But I do remember that there was a fairly strong sentiment from the group that hard copies of the guidebook would also be a very useful tool. So that feedback was given then. At the next meeting, we went over the investigation process with both centers and family homes. And because there can be investigations from different parts of DCYF now that child welfare is included in the department. So there can be times that an investigation is being done mostly by Child Protective Services. There's obviously the potential of criminal investigations, and then as well as just regular licensing. So in that meeting, we kind of broke down those different processes and what providers could expect. Then we had a presentation on the Child Care Development Fund, and Matt Judge joined us for that and did a great job of just showcasing what the federal requirements are for accessing those funds. And then that is the bulk of the money that comes into our state and then provides for all of our early learning services. So including subsidy and licensing. Then we had a presentation on Merit and WA Compass, and we're able to give a lot of feedback about those two systems, obviously looking for some big updates and functionality of both of those, and a lot of feedback around some confusion as to why there are two separate websites that providers need to access for different things there. And most recently, just last month, the group met and had a really extensive conversation about background checks and the pending changes there. I think that is top of mind for most providers. For anyone who is not aware, the federal government made a rule change many years back that would require part of the background check and fingerprinting to be processed before a provider could hire somebody and have them on site with the children. Unfortunately, in our state, this is not a timely process, and the group that day took the opportunity to provide recommendations back to the department and highlight some of the major issues that we are having, mostly around timeliness and access to fingerprinting locations. So right now, DCYF is maintaining a singular contract with Identigo for the fingerprinting portion, and unfortunately, they're not meeting the needs of our providers. I've heard various stories of staff having to commute 3 hours round trip. You can imagine how difficult that is for somebody who maybe has not had an income, doesn't have access to a car, all sorts of things. But it looks like Chelsea shared that document. So for more details, please do take a minute to read through that and get updated on the issues. I do think that this is going to have major implications for our entire system. We are going to see center either classroom, if not entire program closures starting July 1. And historically, there is just no data to support that our common practice of onboarding these staff and supervising them until their background check is returned, there's just no data to support that there's an increase in abuse or neglect in those situations. And so for us, it really is about DCYF creating a system that is timely. Other states are able to get those results back to providers within 72 hours, and we don't find that to be unreasonable whatsoever in this situation either. So I think that's kind of my rundown, unless anybody has questions on certain meeting topics or issues. And I apologize, I'm at my center, so you can probably hear babies in the background.
Hey, Colleen, this is Julie over at Creative Kids. That is an excellent recap of FSFKA. If I could just share one other issue that we didn't even really realize when we wrote the recommendations around background checks. I had a colleague call me yesterday on her way back from her scheduled appointment at the vendor in Vancouver, and they wouldn't fingerprint her. She called Identicode while she was standing in the office, and Identicode verified that she did indeed have an appointment. The manager at the place said it wasn't on his roster and wouldn't give her the appointment. Identigo recommended she go to the next closest, which was absurd. She'd already traveled 30 miles or 30 minutes to get there. So she had to reschedule for next week because that was the next available. I didn't even know that was happening, that somebody might just refuse to do it.
Thank you for that, Julie. Anybody else have any questions or comments for me? Otherwise, I can pass it back over to Lois or Enrica.
Well, I just, one of the things I just want to share, I was talking to a friend who actually applied for a position in Pennsylvania working with children and was able to receive her background check results within 30 minutes. So Pennsylvania is doing something too. I think one of the questions I just posed to another group is, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone ask, and maybe this is something that can go into the feedback loop, is if the agency actually has an issue with the federal requirements, or is the agency looking at it as another way to keep children safe? I know that the field has been asking for it, but when you think about the fact that we've known that this has been there for, you know, what, 2014 or 2016, it begs to answer if it's really an issue. And if it isn't, then maybe it's something the department can just tell us, because then that means that we need to advocate at the federal level and not at the state.
That's a great point, Lois. Obviously, I'm not in a position to respond on DCYF's behalf about that, but I agree. There has been a lot of advocacy around this issue. It's been a well-known pending issue. DCYF knew that the waivers that have existed thus far since 2014 were not going to be extended. In fact, we should have been dealing with the onset of this change back in September of 2019. Please correct, it's either September of 19 or 20. And we have then had orders move forward underneath the emergency proclamation. And the reason for this change on July 1 is because that emergency proclamation is being rescinded. And yes, childcare providers are desperately concerned about what this is going to mean for their businesses.
Lois, I'm not sure if this completely answers your question, so we can definitely do some more checking, but I just pulled up the minutes from the last meeting, and one of the questions from an attendee was, can't our federal legislators help us? Has anyone gone to them regarding background checks? And the response from Matt Judge was, DCYF has brought the issue up with the congressional delegation, but there's been no movement to change the federal rules about this. So I think, yeah, I don't want to say anything and speak incorrectly, but that was in the minutes. And I think if that doesn't fully answer your question, we can definitely do some more asking around, but I think it has been brought up by DCYF.
I'm sorry, I'm on the phone. Who just said that?
Hi, Julie, this was Emily Morgan.
Oh, hi, Emily. Okay. Well, I mean, we all know that the federal rules are not changing. Different providers have even spoke to the national folks. What's different in some states is they've been able to separate the fingerprinting from the state requirements because the federal language does allow for people to work under supervision as long as they have the FBI fingerprints while the state stuff is pending. Virginia successfully did it. It sounds like maybe Pennsylvania did. And our state should be looking at one of these models and replicating it. Otherwise, you know, a staff person, you're down a staff person, maybe two. I'm down two right now. If I don't have those filled by July 1st, I will have to close classrooms if I can't get those filled. Let's say I hire someone and then they have to wait. One of them might be in state, maybe working for another center, and that would be great because then I don't have to wait. But if they're not, they could take a week, they could take 2 weeks. It depends on the availability of the appointments. Some places only have appointments one day out of the week, you know, and those appointments fill up very quickly because they only have them available once a week. It's insane. And especially with the 3-hour travel for people in like Moses Lake and Yakima who don't even have a fingerprint site, I can't even imagine.
So this is Nancy and Julie. And Colleen, I've actually heard from my students too of people who accept the job, but by the time their background check comes through, they've already taken another job because it was there and they could go to work right away.
Yeah, we will lose folks that might be interested in coming to early learning. They'll just go work in another industry that doesn't require a wait for a background check, a wait for employment. So there should be a statewide discussion on how to, I get that there's a lot of discussion about how to support families, how to support kids, but if we're not supporting the workforce, there's no point. There's nowhere for the kids to go.
So one of the nice things about this, and I appreciate Julie and Nancy your sharing, is that it gives folk a chance to see the importance of participating in the temporary licensing subcommittee work and to see, even if you can't make it, if you know other providers, especially as I can call back to Enrica pointing out that it would be nice to have more family friend and neighbor and family home providers engaged in the work. So please share out. It's not too late for folks to join in the conversation so that we can continue to support the work of the subcommittee. We have a unique chance to be able to weigh in these different areas, and I want to thank the CE team for the work that they've done around this. So let's get engaged. And even if you can't participate, the recordings are available, as we mentioned earlier. And usually CE is good about keeping Jamboards up for some time after the meeting closes. So, you know, if you can't make it, or if you know someone who you think would be interested but they can't make it, share the Jamboard. Even if they don't see the recording, usually they have great explanations of usually there's clear explanations of what the ask is. And if they're not sure, they can always reach out to someone who did attend. So there goes my clock, which means it's almost 12. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Colleen?
This is Val, and I'm the newest member, or one of your newer members. This is my first meeting, and I apologize. I had to step away for a little bit, but does Colleen need the council to act on these recommendations that we see in the background check emergency recommendations? I apologize if you already covered that, and I just need some clarification on, do you need the council to move a motion to approve these emergency recommendations that we see in the report dated May 27th? That's what I was wondering.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Val. I'm in support of anybody moving this forward. I know that there have been numerous letters to DCYF administration as well as the governor's office asking for some relief and support on these issues. I, however, don't know how that would happen today in this time, and I'll have to rely on either our chairs or community engagement to respond to that as a possibility.
So Val, oh, here we go. Deanna,
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, and Deanna's putting them into the chat right now.
Yeah, this is Val. I do see them. I just wasn't clear if the subcommittee was operating under the ELAC, if the ELAC needed to formally move a motion to endorse them or adopt them. I mean, in any way, if that helps strengthen them or not. But Deanna will know that. So.
Hi, Val. Yeah, they have already been submitted to Secretary Hunter. This is just an update of the group's work so far, a verbal update. We've been providing written updates of this temporary license subcommittee to ELAC since it's been developed. So today we're just doing a verbal update of what's kind of gone down and giving a little, Colleen was giving a little bit more background because written can only give you so much, right?
Right.
So, but yes, they're already been submitted to Secretary Hunter on the background checks. This recommendation, and it's not an actual report, the temporary license subcommittee is tasked in legislation to provide the agency and the council with just recommendations on the licensing process that they have as providers. And so that's the only place where those recommendations will go, is to the agency itself and then to ELAC, so that when ELAC is drafting their yearly report to the legislature and the governor's office, they can decide what to include in their yearly report. So I hope that makes more sense.
Yeah, thanks, Deanna.
Just want to add, I really appreciate your question that you're raising, Val, because it makes me wonder if there's just additional that ELAC body could be doing to support these documents. I hear you, Deanna, in terms of process, but it is making me wonder, is there any more that we could be doing as a body in pushing this forward?
Deanna, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Enrica, could you explain what you mean by do more as a body? I don't think I understand what you're.
It's just sort of more of a wondering question. So you've submitted the written documents to Director Secretary Hunter and to Frank, it just makes me wonder if there's anything further that we could be doing, or if it just stops right there. So it's truly just a wondering aloud question.
So it doesn't necessarily, I mean, it stops at Secretary Hunter. The temporary license subcommittee is only tasked in legislation to provide recommendations to the agency and to ELAC. So it's not like their recommendations go beyond that. Now, as ELAC body, if you want to take that emergency recommendation and submit it further to the governor's office, then that is definitely your call. Does that answer your question, Enrica?
Yeah, thank you for the additional information.
So Deanna, just for clarity, it sounds like what you're saying is that if we choose as a body that we want to send basically the same language that the subcommittee sent out to the governor's office, we can vote to do that.
Correct. If you wanted to submit as is, or you want to create your own document specifically around background checks, because that's all that was submitted at this time. And I will say, and I know because the temporary license subcommittee is writing recommendations at the end of this year, the recommendation is due by December 1. So in the emergency recommendations, what they chose to do was list short-term solutions, and the long-term solutions that they came up with were left out intentionally so that those could be provided in the end of the year recommendation report. So keeping that in mind, this is not all of the recommended as a body. They do have other recommendations, but because of the July 1 deadline, they chose to focus solely on the short term in an emergency context.
This is Val, and I just wanted to offer, again, my original clarification was trying to understand that the report indicates the committee is overseen by the Early Learning Advisory Council. So it was just a point of order, wondering, is there any merit or benefit to ELAC adopting, confirming, endorsing just to Secretary Hunter the recommendations that we see, or if that's sort of inferred or expected that of course we would because the subcommittee wrote them. So I hope I'm not creating any additional confusion.
No, I think that those are valid questions, and some have been brought up by other members, including on the executive team. But it's up to our body, because it is our body, to decide what we want to do. So if someone wants to make a motion that we send a letter to Secretary Hunter, then we can definitely do that. And I don't have anything else to add to that. It's just really that simple. It's our decision. So someone would just have to make a motion. Someone would second it. We would vote on it. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, and with folks voting in that, and then we would move forward from there.
So Lois, I'm just curious. I just want to know what we're writing the voting for in our minutes.
To support, to send an email to Secretary Hunter from ELAC supporting the recommendations of the Fair Start for Kids Act subcommittee around their background check recommendations.
Okay, so not to the governor's office. You're just resending these to Ross.
I can go to the governor's office. I'm, not looking at whoever it went to initially. That's who we would want to, the recommendations. And sorry, Deanna, off the top of my head, I cannot remember everyone it went to, but whoever it went to initially, those would be the same people we would send it to again, except this time it would come from ELAC.
So any ELAC member can just put this motion forward then, Lois? Okay, well, I would like to put this motion forward that ELAC send these recommendations from ELAC to the same people it was sent to before. And then if this needs to be a separate motion, also a separate motion to send these to the governor's office as well.
I just, for clarification on our end, so I know we don't have total visibility on when exactly to expect Ross's response, but we have been told it will be early this week. So I just want to put it out there that there's a, I would say it's probable that we will receive an official response from Ross before that email goes out. Well, I guess we could get that email out, today. But just, it's still a possibility that that will cross in cyberspace. So just want to make sure we're aware of that.
This is Val. I just want to share that it might be more prudent to wait until we get a response back. And then, as the full council, think about what potential next steps might be. And I just want to offer my apology for causing any confusion around structure. I'm going to transition to a listening mode. Thanks, Lois.
Val, you don't apologize. That's the first thing, because that's one of the things, if you think about our role, is to advise and to have these conversations. I know we're going a little bit into our state agency partner, but this is an important conversation. So, we have a motion on the table. So we voted. Yeah, I see someone else. Yeah, we have a motion on the table. So the next piece would be a second, and then we open up the floor for any questions.
So this is Nancy, and I would second that motion. And I see this as a formalized, like developing a formalized process of how we as a group support or don't support recommendations from the committees that bring recommendations to us, right? I mean, that's what some of these groups are. When I was on the provider subcommittee, we were in legislation, we were there to advise ELAC, right? So it seems to me that there should be a formal process that we just have never done before. And I don't think, Val, you should apologize for bringing that to the table. I think it's an important discussion.
Yeah, I agree. And it is something that, once, if you recall, for those who have been around for a little bit, Val, when we met in person, we always had a lot more, and Nancy, you could probably attest to this, Enrica, and those who have a lot more formal votes and that type of thing.
Right.
And away from that with moving to a virtual meeting space. But it doesn't mean that we can't. Being able to put thumbs up in the chat has been effective for accepting the minutes, and it could be around this. So we have a motion and a second. Sorry, that's my, that Louisiana coming out. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other questions before we take it to a vote? All right, so all in favor of Emily, and or Aaron, I'm not sure who took notes on that. Would you share the motion as you believe it is before we vote?
I'm sorry, Lois, what would you like me to share?
If you would share the motion, just to read it again so everyone's clear on what they're voting on for me, pretty please.
Let's see. That voting whether the recommendations submitted to Secretary Hunter, if ELAC would like to endorse those recommendations by resending it and stating ELAC support for the emergency recommendations.
And then did clarify that it should go to the same recipient. Is that correct, Colleen?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So, RAs and ELAC members, if you could please signify your support. And then Erin, since I'm hopeful that since it is basically just copy and paste, is something that could go out before Friday. Is that doable for the team? Okay. All right. And then we can always send a copy to ELAC members. So without any further ado, all in favor, please signify by placing a thumbs up. I don't know if there's a thumbs down, but you can type thumbs down in the chat, please.
Hey, Lois, can I ask a question? This is Julie again. I don't know if you can hear
Sure.
me. Oh, you can hear me.
Sure.
Okay. I know the letter's done, and I just wondered if there wasn't maybe a chance to just add one thing that wasn't really known or investigated before we sent the letter, or the letter was sent by someone. I sent an email to Matt Judge and Chris Parvin and CC'd Deanna yesterday or the day before or something, asking about the timeline of the federal change. And the law changed in 2014, but they didn't necessarily communicate it well to the states that they were going to have to implement the change until 2016. But even going with 16, that's a long time. And I think it's worth pointing out that they've had a significant number of years to get this figured out.
Well, Julie, I think at this point, I mean, that's, you know, really great information. And I'd imagine that if we do that, we would have to amend the vote to make a change to the.
Okay, that's okay. Okay.
You'd
No
have
big deal.
to amend to change, make a change to the language, which of course then would take more time for the CE team to be able to do that. So to make this as simple as possible, if we can just continue, if you're okay with it, or where we are right now.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So has everyone had a chance to vote or abstain? All right. I am not sure, Erin, what the percentage. I know that we have 32 people in the room, but I don't see that many votes in the chat. So is it possible we only have 10 members here?
Yeah, Lois, earlier we only had 5 ELAC votes and 1 RA vote for the minutes, which means that we're not a quorum.
Yeah.
So right now, I mean, typically when this happens in other bodies that have this in their charter, again, we do not have this in our charter yet because we are in the middle of redoing the charter with this new legislation, but we usually will send this out to the remainder of the group.
We have 10 right now. What is quorum? And I'm sorry, ELAC team, for not knowing that number off the top of my head. As co-chair, I should, but we've had some new members, and like many of you, I'm also a provider dealing with COVID and everything else. So forgive me for not knowing that number off the top of my head.
I'm going to have to go back and look at my list, Lois, because I don't have it right in front of me. But it's going to be in the 20s because, again, we have, with regional advisors, we have over 50 something members. So.
Okay. So ELAC team, well, that's something as we talk about our charter and bylaws. This is a group that we had talked about fully into existence because we cannot let business be on hold. That's just my personal opinion based on quorums because things are too important. So we'll research into that, and I'd imagine Erin or Deanna will get back to us and the rest and let us know if we can proceed with the email or not. So I know we've gone a little bit past, but if everyone's okay, if we can go through the state agency piece. Enrique, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Lois. Yeah, and we'll go through the state agency partner updates and regional coalition updates, and then we will break for lunch. So I think everyone or most are aware that the state agency and partner updates is just an example of another standing item that we have at all ELAC meetings. Hopefully everyone's had an opportunity to review that document, and I see that Chelsea has just placed it into the chat. There you will notice there's a lot of information contained in the updates, and you will find updates from DCYF contained in that document, along with updates from Department of Social and Health Services. I don't believe that there is an update from OSPI this time around, but there are updates from the Department of Health as well as the Department of Veteran Affairs. And there might possibly be representatives from some of these respective agencies here today who might be able to address questions that folks have. So I'm just going to do a check to see if there are any questions or comments related to the state agency and partner updates. I'm just checking the chat just to see if there are any questions. I don't see any questions. Thank you. I do see an FYI that Karma Hugo is no longer at OSPI. Well, if there are no questions related to the state agency and partner updates, I'm going to move to the Regional Coalition in Washington Communities for Children updates. And these are also examples of another standing item at ELAC meetings, and it gives opportunities for the regions to share updates when they have them. This document contains quite a bit of information as well, and I noticed Chelsea just put it into the chat, but hopefully you've also had an opportunity to review this in advance. I believe that there might be, I know that there are some representatives here from various regions, and so I'd like to extend an invitation to regional advisors to share additional information about activities occurring in their respective regions, if they would like to do so at this time.
I will share a couple of quick updates from Washington Communities for Children as a whole. I wanted to let the group know that we will be hosting our inaugural Early Childhood Conference at the end of September of this year, and that we were also awarded a portion of the Early Childhood Comprehensive Systems Grant to continue our work on resource navigation in our regional communities.
Great, thank you, Colleen, for giving that Washington Communities for Children update. Greatly appreciated. And just want to check in to see if there's anyone else who would like to share any additional with the group? Or if there are any questions or anybody's updates as you're reviewing the document. Great, so it looks like there are no questions at this time, but as you look through all the updates documents, if questions do arise, don't hesitate to put those in the chat box at any point throughout the meeting. Lois and I recognize that we're gone a little bit over and that been doing a lot of work here, and it's time for a lunch break. So it is 12:24 right now, and we'd like to ask that everyone return at 1:15, where we will resume the meeting at that time. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. It's not sure how. I'd imagine it's always sunny on the east side of the state, but on the west side, we actually have sunshine today, which is a nice break from the rain that may join us later again this week. So now we're going to move into a discussion about our community agreements. We've been touching on it a little bit the last few meetings, so we are going to let the CE team lead out as we begin to review the community agreements, and then we're going to break into small groups and just talk about what's there, what's missing, and move forward from there. So I am going to turn this over to the community engagement team. Thank you.
Thanks, Lois. So for those of you who have not participated in this before, because I know there's a couple new people here. So ELAC has sat through a couple orientation meetings, and we've talked about the community agreements a couple times now. And we did have this conversation at one of our past meetings where we talked about just community agreements and what they used to state, what they should state. So what we've done is we've taken, and Chelsea, can you zoom in on just the original community agreements, please? So we have a document that shows the original community agreements, and then from the orientation meetings and the feedback we've received, we made some edits. So here are the first original community agreements that have existed. Oh my gosh. Probably for, I'm going to be horrible at a guess of time, but I would say 7, 8 years, something like that. And I know Lois or Enrique can probably correct me on that. So these have been drafted this way since we created our charter, and we took it upon ourselves. There you go, Enrica, 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. So the ELAC body met to make some changes. And if you want to scroll down, Chelsea, we added in some of the changes in the updated version. So as soon as she scrolls down, we can look at the differences between the two. Mainly, the main differences are going to be in those bulleted words and statements. Oh, there we go. Okay, it just shifted for me, sorry. So you'll notice some of the bullets are different. Some got merged together based on feedback, and then some of there were duplicatives, so then obviously we took out some duplicates that are just embedded in the ones that are here. So really, we wanted to kind of bring this back to the membership and get your feedback on what you think, how you're feeling about them. And because we only have, let's say, 22 people right now in here, I don't think we should go off into breakouts unless you want to. Does anyone have a preference, or do you just want to open it up and comment? Maybe not everyone's back from eating lunch. Everyone's pretty quiet. Sandra, I see you said stay together. We can definitely do that. This is a small enough group that if anyone has comments, maybe I'll just ask the more pointed question. Is there anything you do not like about the new community agreement draft? Or maybe that you have questions about for clarity that doesn't sound accurate?
Well, if I can comment, and sorry to be off camera, I really like the WAIT acronym. I like that addition.
Okay, thank you, Lois.
Can you say which were the additions?
Sure. Chelsea, do you want to scroll out? And I'm going to point out and then scroll up a little bit. Okay, so first, keep going up, Chelsea. I'm going to go through the first top of the verbiage part. Okay, so in the first part in the top, you'll notice the statement. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out where, because we added some comments here. Okay, so the third sentence in the updated draft, it says ELAC is committed to actively listening In the first draft, it just said ELAC is committed to listening. So one of the changes was adding that actively statement. That was added as one of the bullet points below, but we chose, since it already says that statement in the narrative part, we added it there. And then I thought there was another piece that we added, maybe not. Okay, so then if you scroll down just a tad, Chelsea, we can see the bullets all together. There we go. Okay, so Deanne, now you can see like which were added. So you'll notice there's be present and engaged. Present and engaged were both in the original. We just added them together, not to make it a huge table. And then we removed brave, that was voted out. Respectful was voted out. Was that? Yeah, that was voted out. Forward thinking remains. The committed one remains. Wait was added. Eliminate power dynamics was added. Listen for understanding was added. The be a communication conduit, that was before. Do unto others, that one was added. Collective sense making before decision making, that was added. Impact over intent on the third column was added. And experience discomfort, speaking your truth, and open to non-closure. And then, yeah, Susan, to answer your question, ELAC, the ELAC membership and regional advisors made edits or suggested the edits, and then we just put it together. And you can unmute, Susan. I see your hands up too.
Yeah, I mean, since I'm actually fairly new to attending these meetings, what I'm wondering about is what power does ELAC have? And like, who is, like, when you say things like forward thinking, we can be forward thinking as ELAC, but you know, there's the so what factor, like we're forward thinking, but where does the power lie? So that's something I'm wondering about.
And power,
meaning
as in
impacting actual change or policy changes, or even like some of the like, for instance, you brought today presentations about plans for you know, that either follow the Fair Start for Kids law or just new ideas. So there's some things that have to happen because of law and other things that are just new ideas. But I mean, in terms of ELAC, there's these norms that are saying all these things, but if we're forward thinking, we're active listeners, we're being, you know, we're engaged, we're doing all these things for the purpose of this meeting, but what happens after the meeting? Like, we come up with these ideas. That's what I'm wondering about. What is the, you know, so like, where do we actually have any real, does this group have any real actual influence or ability to impact decisions? That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, great question. Before I speak, I'm going to turn it over to members that have been here a while and just get their input and their take first, because they have definitely been, there's a couple members that have been a part of ELAC for a while and can speak to that just from a member standpoint before I speak to it as a staff standpoint. I can just start calling on people. Nobody wants to unmute.
I'll respond as a member. I don't know that I really have been here longer than others necessarily. And I apologize, I was getting off the phone with the parents, so I didn't hear the entirety of what Susan shared, just more the end of it. But as far as ELAC having an impact, like feedback that is received at ELAC, and then seeing that, you know, actually implemented into programs and things like that. I can't say that I see that happen very often. And I think that there are certain presentations that come to us and they're at a point in their work that there's still room for improvement and things can happen, but a vast majority of things get brought to ELAC when they're already fully baked and there's less room to collaborate and make change on those things. So I think, at least from my member perspective, I think that Susan's questions are very accurate questions for us to be asking as a group. And just reflecting on earlier today, you know, can we put more motions forward? Can we support things that are happening in one space or another? And I think the answer to that is yes. Have we historically done that and exercised those things? I don't think so. I think that's why this morning was, you know, hard for us to work through and whatnot, because it's not a process that we engage in often enough. So that's just my 2 cents.
So I know there are others here that have been a part of this group for a long time. So does anyone else want to share?
So this is Nancy. I can share. I am trying to practice waiting, but I'm not very good at waiting. I always speak up, but I've been here since with Enrique and Lois since the very beginning, right? And over those many, many years, have I seen things that have come out of this group actually get implemented, or at least attempted to be implemented? I would say yes. Yes, and I have seen. It's a slow process. And in life, I have just learned that many things that are government run and hierarchically run, it is a slow process. And but I have seen change made from all the groups that I have worked in DCYF, to the level that I maybe wanted them to change, not necessarily, but I have seen the changes happening. And if this didn't exist at all, I think we would be in a way, I mean, it would be not that good. It would not be a good thing, right? If this did not exist at all. I also will say that I believe that there were times when we were meeting in person that we had more impact than we've had as we have met on Zoom. And I don't necessarily say that we need to go back in person, but Zoom does put us in that place where we don't have kind of personal relationships with each other. We don't, I was just saying this to somebody the other day, side conversations. Before Zoom, we used to, and before the pandemic, we used to always say, don't have the parking lot conversation, right? Come back to the meeting and bring all that you have to say at the meeting. I think what I have learned over these last couple of years is that those parking lot conversations actually stabilized conversations for me or for others to bring back to the large group. And Zoom does not provide that opportunity. Such as I just went and had lunch by myself, where when we were together, we would have had lunch together, we would have continued conversations, we would have thought through ideas. That doesn't totally answer that question, but I would once again say that I believe over time things have happened. I believe Lois and Enrique have done an awesome job of continuing to lead us through this process. So I guess, I don't know that answers anything, but those are.
Thanks, Nancy. Oh, Lois, sorry, saw you on mute.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, didn't see Lois. Go ahead.
I just want to follow up with what Nancy said. It's very true. I remember first joining ELAC, and you know, there was these, it was like a guys like a box with with staff and the chairs at one part, and then ELAC members around the rest of the box with community members in the back, and they would just have a few minutes for public comment. It very much felt like a public hearing, and it was nothing but presentations with not a lot of room for input. So it definitely has come a long way, and we just want to ensure that it continues to be a group that listens to the voice of community as we deal with these day-to-day challenges.
And just to add a little bit to what Lois and Nancy was saying, yeah, I definitely agree with Nancy. Over the years, I've definitely seen change, and agree that change is slow. It takes time. It takes pushing and strategizing in some cases. I also agree with Nancy's comment that there is something about the in-person, which I think because now everything is Zoom, there's something missing. That in-person. When I think about in-person, and it allowed us to also just come together, especially when we were all new to ELAC, just all come together to figure out just what is ELAC, and have those types of conversations as well. And I think that Zoom, there's something about the Zoom structure that has made that more challenging to have those conversations that just happen more naturally when you're in person.
Well, thank you for that. And maybe one thing I might offer then is, because we have this Zoom environment, maybe it's time to think about, are there, besides breakout rooms and things of that nature, but also think about it in terms of, well, what can the purpose of ELAC be beyond what it has been in the past? Because what I think has been a benefit to the virtual platform is that I've never participated as much as I ever have, because I'm not having to drive to Olympia or somewhere else as a consequence of a virtual platform being available. So what is lost has also helped, I think, gain access for more people because of the convenience of virtual platforms. So anyway, thank you for that context. I appreciate hearing it.
I will say that, Nancy, to your point about the water cooler conversations, the parking lot conversations, definitely there's a huge shift in not just in relationship building between the membership, but also between membership and DCYF staff, that I feel is a disadvantage right now. Because I do feel like there's so much going on, especially with providers, early learning providers in general. It would be, I don't know, it would be a huge advantage for us to be in person with DCYF staff, particularly in the early learning division right now, to talk about things that are happening. Because I will say, I've been a part of ELAC, oh my gosh, since I've been back at Dell, since 2010. So I've been a part of ELAC for a very long time and seen many, many changes. In my personal opinion, there were massive shifts when we were working in person compared to being in Zoom now. Granted, we have done a lot of emergency orders as an agency, which has definitely impacted this environment. And so that has not helped. But there have been things that have come out of our in-person meetings, and particularly with ELAC, that have really stopped certain agendas or plans that the agency has proposed in their tracks. So there have been shifts in what the agency has done. There have been changes in policy. There have been changes in, I mean, one campaign, I bring this as an example every single time, so I'm sure everyone's heard it, but the unlicensed care campaign was a huge one that ELAC and our parent group really pushed back on, and it stopped it dead in its tracks. It did not move forward because of ELAC and our parent group. Otherwise, if this group didn't exist and didn't push on that as hard as they did, that would have happened, and it would have been very detrimental to, I personally believe, and I know there are others, to Washington State. So I have definitely seen a lot of changes take place. I 100% agree that it is slow. It drives us in particular who work for the agency sometimes a little bit bonkers because we are trying to still change things, but we do have to work in this authorizing environment sometimes that prevents us from moving forward at a more rabbit hare pace, more of a tortoise pace.
Hey, Deanna, this is Julie again. Has there been any discussion about when, not when you go back in person, but when the time comes and ELAC members are then granted travel arrangements, whatever, and they start getting together, about being able to meld or merge in virtual participation?
Oh, yes. When we decide to go back in person, we've done polls and votes from members, and every group so far has voted no. So the unanimous vote has been no to go back in person.
I'm not saying it's
right
time.
now.
I'm just saying that there will be a time.
Yes, yes. And
Yeah,
when
okay.
we do, there will be both options. There will be hybrid. So those who want to attend in person can, and those who want to attend via Zoom can do so as well. The challenge, I will say, we were about to have an in-person meeting with our parent group recently in July. However, the challenge was we have to hit a certain number in order to make it be financially responsible in hosting a meeting in a hotel or in a community center. Parents are definitely, it's easier to do it in a hotel because we have the airport transportation that we can provide from the airport to the hotel. So it is challenging. We're running into all sorts of obstacles trying to implement in person. The parent group is the only group so far that has really wanted, they've been pushing to go to in person for probably the last year and a half, honestly. But this was the first time we were going to try it. It didn't work out. We've had to since cancel the in-person part of it and go back to Zoom. So it will be interesting to see how it plays out and how we interact when we have certain people on Zoom and then certain people in the room, because the activities will be different and they will be run in unison with each other. It's just it is gonna be odd because they aren't gonna be, not everyone's gonna be able to participate with each other like we do if we're all in person or we're all via Zoom.
Can I ask what sense you had of why the parent group wanted to be in person? I think it's probably important for us to kind of take into consideration what it is that they feel might have been a benefit for them to be in person for these meetings and not to be virtual.
So I don't know if, honestly, the parents have just been pushing for a very long time. And I don't know if there are some of the community engagement staff that can also recollect all of the conversations we've had with the parent group. We've been pushing back on them a little bit because we weren't able to meet in person. They have a new membership as well. So the parent group went from 18 to 36. So we doubled that group. So there's a lot of them have never met in person. They are sick and tired of being at home. They want to meet in person. They want to go back to the in-person meetings. They really bond. Our parent group is very, very tight knit and they bond pretty quickly. We do a lot of activities with them and relationship building activities with the parent group differently than we do, groups like ELAC and our provider support groups. The parents, we do dinners with them. I mean, they really enjoy the time and they can bring their families. So a lot of times when we do the in-person, it is in the summertime when they're out of school, so they can bring their children if they need to. So this for them is a way to kind of have family moment as well, but still participate in this work. And they really appreciate connecting and trying to give their input. So this time for them is very valuable and they hold it at a high regard. And some of these people, you know, they've made lifelong friends across the state with each other. So not to see that friendship has been really hard. So I don't know if anyone else on the team wants to weigh in also what they've heard from the parents, but I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think the social component is especially relevant for the parent group. I mean, it's relevant for all of our groups, but also just a lot of the conversations we've had with every group, and a lot of the groups have kind of waffled a little bit at different times, but a lot of the same reasons are shared for just more collaboration. They felt like the quality of feedback they were able to give was higher quality, more in depth, and also just missing those sidebar conversations. And I think people just have ants in their pants a little bit, but I will say that I think a lot of what we've been hearing from parents is a lot of what we've been hearing from people in other groups too. It just so happens that that kind of seems to be the majority voice on the parent group, and that's not really the case with the other groups we have. But we do have people every meeting who provide feedback saying, let's go, you know, let's do this. So it is pretty common to hear across the board.
Thank you for sharing that. I really, I think I hear a lot of wisdom from the parent groups around this. I think that the majority of us do our work within a relationship-based model. And especially with this advocacy aspect of this, we're going to be working as a community, as our group agreements is suggesting here, that this is a community, kind of a community of practice around the policy work and at the state level, that maybe it is important for us to really kind of take into consideration how we can build relationships with one another, not even just for the aspect of like knowing what one another does on a daily basis, and maybe areas of expertise, areas of knowledge, areas where we have really delved ourselves into, but just kind of the personal getting to know one another type of aspects of this, because we need to have trust within one another, right? That for that to happen. And sometimes just seeing each other's faces on the screen isn't quite enough. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes, Nucha, those are great points. And obviously relationship building is not just via a screen. It's very difficult because you can't read body language, and not seeing someone in person, you can't just, I don't know, you feel more connected with people when you're in person with them. And it has been hard. I know our team in particular has really tried to have our Zoom meetings for our team, and it's just not the same. I mean, when we were in person, it's a different scenario. And I think that's why the parents are really pushing, and they were all devastated. I don't know how many emails we got about, they were so sad that we had to cancel it, and they were not happy. They're really disappointed. This has been I mean, like I said, probably a year and a half, they've really been pushing to go back to in-person and have those connections again. And they're really missing that. So
I would also offer that for my entire teaching career at the community college, director's career, I have taught over what was ITV, which was kind of a precursor to the Zoom stuff, right? So I've taught to other campuses over ITV. And so I've always taught within that kind of hybrid model. And what I learned very quickly in the beginning is that it was very important for me to travel up to OMAC and to meet all of those students individually, have a face-to-face meeting with them, then doing things over the TV or the Zoom squares became much easier. And it only took like one visit, one or two visits with them to just have that face-to-face kind of meeting with them. That made such a huge difference in my ability as well as theirs to interact over an electronic kind of way of learning and systems. So I don't know that it has to be all meetings that are in person, but some opportunity for us to all kind of be able to be in the same room, you know? Like there's a lot of people here now that I have never been in the same room with ever.
Yeah, and that's definitely our intent, Nancy, is we probably will never go back to 6 meetings in person a year, how we used to meet, but at least having even 2 meetings a year in person, and providing the opportunity for folks to come to a room and engage and even stay overnight. Some people have to stay overnight, so depending on where we have the meeting, right? And that was the benefit before all of this. We used to travel around the state and make sure that we were hitting all of those major areas so anyone could attend. We weren't just keeping it in Seattle like it was a long time ago. So I think going back to that to some degree is going to be hugely impactful. And I definitely feel like it will be beneficial, especially just like I said, the relationships between the DCYF staff and members is pretty key. I mean, if you want to make things happen more consistently and build that relationship so folks can, from the DCYF staff, from divisions, will come and have more dialogue, even those parking lot conversations that Nancy's talking about, even though, yes, we kind of detoured them a little bit, it still happened. You sat down and ate lunch with everyone. You had snacks with everyone. We had breaks with everyone. And you ran into the bathroom, like saw people in the bathroom or going to the car, whatever. I mean, it definitely was, you just had that personable relationship where they could call you and have that trust and want to come back and have those conversations together and really valued the input received because they knew these people. So I think that is somewhat missing now. And not just here, obviously, that's everywhere, right? This is like the world we're living in right now. So it is something we definitely want to get back to.
Yep. And I would also say that we have learned how to do Zoom, and we've learned lots of good ways to use Zoom. And so I think now it would be financially irresponsible of us to meet 6 times a year. I think, in person and paying for planes and all of that. But I think a couple times a year is a good commitment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Even if we committed to, there's a vaccination for those parents who choose to on the horizon for our littles. I know for myself that has been what has kept me from wanting to go to in person, but it looks like that's finally going to become a reality. And we also know that COVID is just part of our new normal, and we can anticipate probably booster shots for it every year, just like the flu. But it does make a difference. I recall being at ELAC meetings where Frank or Ross would snag someone and say, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And you're out in the hallway, and yes, we know, we can get on ourselves, but there were plenty of conversations out in the hallways with YF or then Dell staff around different topics. But it also helped to forge that community and that partnership, and quite frankly, just brought the human side to our relationships of being able to simply say, "Hey, isn't your son graduating this year?" Or "What are you reading right now?" "This is what I'm reading." "What are you reading?" "Okay, we'll share and then we'll talk about it." And we had those continuing relationships. So as conservative as I've been around COVID, I know Deanne is probably smiling, and some of the DCYF staff, but I have to say I'm looking forward to all of us being able to come together again, because it really does make a difference. Those relationship building, there's nothing like it. And I think it would take away the disconnect as we begin to engage in these community agreements with each other.
So sorry.
Deanne's question.
Yes, I see that. Well, and getting back to just the community agreement piece comparison, it sounds like everyone likes the community agreements. I think what you all are pointing out around whether it's more protocols around Zoom versus in person might be something we want to point out in addition to, but not necessarily in the community agreements, or when we maybe draft a new purpose statement for ELAC. Because community agreements are basically, yeah, like group norms. I guess the one thing that just popped in my head, and this is totally just, I'm just going to share it because it popped in my head. But something about relationship building, and maybe it's, you know, especially since we are in this Zoom world right now, maybe there is something in here, and maybe it goes into the charter about membership, but having like not a mentor, we used to use that term a little bit back in the day with membership, but having like connections outside of ELAC meetings where you meet one-on-one or one-on-two with some of the membership and regional advisors, just to kind of build those relationships a little bit further. That doesn't necessarily need to be in the community agreements, but it kind of speaks to that relationship building that we're all talking about that's lacking. So something to think about. I just wanted to throw it out there because it did pop in my head. So I have to run and pick up my children really quickly, but I'm going to turn it over to Erin so she can wrap up this section. So I will be back on once I get back home, but thank you.
Thanks, Deanna. So I want to be mindful of time. We do have 6 minutes left before we move on to the next piece. But I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to weigh in on any of the questions for the community agreements. If you have any edits you'd like to suggest, questions, want to remove anything, add anything. And ideally, and Lois and Enrica, feel free to correct me if this is not the understanding, but I believe the goal is to have a finished product for review and official approval so that this can be updated on all the meeting agendas and meeting documents starting with the next meeting, hopefully. Getting this closed out for the time being, at least. Oh, I see a hand up, Deanne.
I think the main thing that I heard in that last conversation that just that I was trying to prod a little bit is maybe what we need to do is throughout the day leave a little space after like the morning session at the end that is, are there any things we want to take action on? You know, that we want to make sure that we amp up and impact, you know, and do something. Because I mean, this morning at the end of the morning session, we're talking, of course, about the profound impact that background checks are having on providers and deciding whether there was some avenue for us to take action. And so I think maybe just having a top of mind or what, you know, whatever's coming up for you and ways in which there might be ways to take action might be just interesting to leave even just a 15-minute period where, you know, the thing that's top of mind based on what I'm hearing or what I bring into the space that we as a group need to hear about or be mindful of might be a useful structural change, not so much around the community agreements, but maybe a structural change that could be considered.
Great, thanks, Deanne. I love that. I know that is something that Lois and Enrica have been kind of chewing on and experimenting with a little bit, kind of something around that idea of midday check-ins, but I really do like I mean, obviously open it up to the members, but maybe having a little bit more purpose behind that.
And maybe to Susan's question, what kind of actions could we take? You know, this morning we talked about sending a letter, that's one way, but are there other ways? And maybe, you know, keeping that front of mind to make sure that because I agree. I've seen a lot of change in the way the group operates around impact, and I think there could be even more that could be done.
Always, always. Well, thank you, Dan. I know that we're taking note, and that will definitely be something that the executive committee marinates on for the next planning meeting.
Kind of to build on that as well, you know, in person, there was that opportunity to have kind of that sidebar conversation, but also just as like membership to have time and space for ourselves where we're reflecting on what is maybe being presented or shared without those who are sharing and presenting present. And I know that we've utilized some breakout rooms and some sort of that kind of things, but then you're coming down to smaller groups and you get to share your thoughts with a small group. But having time and space for the whole group, you know, maybe it's that presenters or DCYF staff or whatever it is, not community engagement that's facilitating, but others, they go to a breakout room, but the whole group gets to stay together and digest, and maybe then give feedback back in that time. I mean, I know for Washington Communities for Children and the regional advisors, like we schedule a separate meeting after the ELAC meetings to digest what's happening and provide further feedback. But I think that that's something that membership as a whole could really benefit from, because it can be really awkward and there's a lot of different power dynamics at play in this Zoom space. And it's not always comfortable for people to chime in and say, hey, this could do harm, or this isn't going to work well for this community, or whatever it is. That can be really challenging to convey in a Zoom space.
I'm going to kick it over to Enrica and Lois to respond to that, because that is something they've also been actively thinking through and working on. And then also Enrica can kind of help transition us over since we're hitting towards time. But before we dive into that, I just want to say we will send this out, this kind of comparison, along with the Jamboard link with the follow-up, to give people an opportunity to, if there's any kind of technical edits or any changes you want to make to the document before we produce the updated draft for review, we'll have you do it on the Jamboard and we'll send that out. But then I just wanted to kick it over to the executive committee to address Colleen's comment and transition us over.
Maybe before I speak, I'm just going to turn it to Lois quickly. I know that she has to step away and might want to chime in here real quick before she has to step away for another meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am, you know, it's the times in which we live. So classroom covers, the babies come first. This work is so crucial, but none of us would be as engaged if we didn't care about them, right? And our families and all those that we support. So I know that at our next EC meeting, we'll have a chance to talk about and go over all the feedback. And as Erin pointed out, these are a lot of ideas that Enrica and I have already shared out with the community engagement team. So I think that hearing the members and RAs that are here echo the same sentiment, just kind of dots that I and crosses that T. So we'll be working on getting those things done. I thank everyone for being in attendance today and for being so engaged. I look forward to seeing whatever comes out of the word cloud at the end of the meeting. And hopefully it'll be positive and objective, because we want to keep getting better. So thank you, Enrica. Thank you, everyone. And I'll see you guys in August if we don't have some other meeting before then. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Lois. And Lois is correct. We have been talking a lot about that. It's really nice to hear that others are feeling similarly. We have also talked about the idea of just, having additional meetings where it is just, RAs and ELAC members coming together. So it's glad that this conversation happened. It's just really helping to confirm and support some ideas that we've had, and we're definitely going to take all this feedback back to try to and implement. So stay tuned for more. And if you have additional ideas, please don't hesitate to send them our way. Either put them in the reflections at the end of this meeting, or send them to CE team or to us. We really do value that input. We want to make this a space that works well for everyone. So with that, I'm going to sort of transition us now. We have Tracy Kenny here and Delta Heiberg here with us today. Tracy is DCYF's Preschool Development Grant Birth to 5 Administrator, and Delta is the Integration Specialist. And they are both here with us today to really provide an overview of the federal preschool development grant awarded to DCYF in 2019 and the projects this grant funds. And part of the reason that they're here is really because while there are definitely people in attendance who are familiar with PDG, there are new people in the space who are not. So it's just sort of first just giving all of us some foundation. And that's going to set the stage actually for in August, where there's going to be a lot of opportunities to be providing some feedback to inform process. And I will let Tracy and Delta describe that themselves, but just sort of wanted to share part of the reason why we're doing this in 2 steps. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy and to Delta.
Awesome. Thank you, Enrica, and good afternoon, everyone. Just have to say, y'all are rock stars for sticking on Zoom all day like this. You know, remember in our in-person meetings, we would like put chocolate out and coffee at 2 o'clock. I hope you have gathered some treats for yourself to keep you going this afternoon. Delta and I are really excited to be here. We haven't been to ELAC in a while, and so it feels a little bit like coming home. I recognize lots of the faces and names, and there's, like Enrica said, there are some new ones. So we'd really like to get a foundational knowledge built here today so that we can come back in August with our asks, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But first, some introductions. I'm going to let Delta go first and turn it over to her real quick.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Delta Heiberg. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Olympia, Washington, on the land of the Coast Salish people. And as mentioned before, I am the Preschool Development Grant Birth to 5 Integration Specialist. I am so happy to be here and just want to echo everything Tracy said. I unfortunately won't be talking, maybe fortunately, depending on your perspective, won't be talking much during this meeting. I will be doing note-taking, a lot of things like that. So I will be off camera most of the time while I do that, because I have a tendency to have facial expressions that can be distracting. I don't want to do that to you all. So with that, I'll turn it back to Tracy.
Thanks, Delta. You cracked me up. With that, I am Tracy Kenny, and I am the administrator for the Preschool Development Grant at DCYF. I also use she, her pronouns, and I'm really sorry. Something we've discovered lately is that when DCYF hosts a meeting, you can't rename yourself automatically like you used to. So please forgive that I don't have that on there. Somehow Delta sneaked in and got hers permanent before the last update. But we are here, like Enrica said, to do some review. And so we're going to do some context review and just really what the Preschool Development Grant is, and then also what we are currently doing. So that way, like we were saying, everyone has a good foundation. So in the very basics of it all, the Preschool Development Grant Birth through 5 is one poorly named because it is definitely not just preschool. But it is a federal grant that was awarded to 20 states in 2019. And for Washington, that meant that we would infuse over $50.7 million over 3 years, it's going to be in 4, but over 3 years was the plan, into our early learning system by investing in system infrastructure and promising practices. We are in our final year, but we are going to need a lot of your help over the next 12 months. And considering the expansion of ELAC, we thought it made sense to provide some background information. So because this grant, though, is centered on the values of racial equity and inclusion with a focus on those children farthest from opportunity, I wanted to ground us all in what that looks like in our PDG world. And yes, Delta is going to be monitoring the chat, and she's going to be dropping some resources in there as we go along as well that we'll also send to Erin and team to put in the follow-up package. So next slide, please. There we go. Okay, I love this slide. It is borrowed from the Poverty Reduction Work Group in 2019 when we were both getting started at the same moment in time with the same commitment to approach how we design as centered in equity and co-creation, but not throwing away all of the important pieces of our work, just adding to them in a way that changes how we work. So we still want to be data and performance driven and have operational efficiency and be evidence-based and focus on continual improvement. But we also want to elevate to that same level an anti-racist, anti-oppressive understanding and actions, community partnerships, cross-agency collaboration, and definitely elevating the expertise and influence of the people we serve in our decisions. So we're coming at systems and program design holistically, but what that really means is that we have to build equity leadership in all of us, which means that we're doing ongoing learning and unlearning, developing shared language and tools to apply in our work. We go to the next slide, please. There it goes. Okay. So the visual on the right is a great example of the shared knowledge we're working to build in all of us. If we don't all take responsibility for understanding the divisive and fatal historical and current impacts caused by individual, interpersonal, institutional, and structural racism, we can't change the experience and outcomes that we're aiming for. We're doing this by building equity leadership and accountability so that we all become better listeners. And we're learning to center community and share power, what that looks like and feels like. And we're focusing change on all elevations of this work, from policy to practice, and making strong commitments to continue to ground our work with communities in both qualitative and quantitative data. The more opportunities we create to collaborate around equity strategies, the more we operationalize equity and the stronger the mixed delivery system becomes. We've seen that come to fruition here in Washington, and we still have so much more to do. Next slide, please. Here are some of the core tools and frameworks that we use to actively build that shared understanding around how to facilitate and build our equity-centered journey with co-design. On the left, we have our racial equity theory of change from 2013, ELAC, and many of you are involved in creating that. But it still is so relevant, and it names specific learning, actions, and commitments that we need to cultivate in equity-centered approaches. We have used it from day one to guide us and even shared it with National Equity Project, who loved it, and we continue to use it. Next to that is liberatory design, speaking of National Equity Project. Liberatory design trainings and practices. This approach has been critical in our change movement because of the profound impact it has had helping us discover the different mindsets and actual behavior training that needs to be engaged in this kind of transformative work. Impact networks is an approach we're using to guide us to think about how we organize with our communities in the spirit of true collaboration. And then you have Beyond Sticky Notes, which is a funny name for a book that is really a guide about learning to co-design with diverse people. On the bottom there, you can see the targeted universalism icon. That keeps us asking, what does every child and family need, and what individual supports are needed for those farthest away? We've been doing this for a couple of years now and have seen a profound impact across our state at all of the elevations of our work. Next slide, please. So speaking of our work, this is the project. This is a visual we've been using for the last couple of years. And I would say that the projects probably don't consider themselves activity 3 or 5, but this is how it is organized in the grant. And so it's how I organized our little presentation today. So now that you know about how everything is based and seated in equity, the programs, I just want to be really clear, and the projects and the work is for children prenatal to age 8, their families, and the adults that care and nurture them. So this one, this is, like I said, a little old, and we'll dig into the different pieces of it. But what I really want to do is start at the bottom of the page, where you see that all of the work is built on activity 1, which is our statewide needs assessment. The feds call it just the activity 1. We call it needs assessment. We're going to be updating that this year. But originally, ELAC, PAG, Washington Communities for Children, our steering committee, which has 9 ELAC members on it, and thousands of other folks were instrumental in creating this resource. We get to update it in the next 12 months, and so you will definitely be seeing more of me and Delta for sure. But on top of that, built on top of that is activity 2, and that's our early learning coordination plan. To the federal grant officers, it's a strategic plan, but to Washington, it is so much more than just strategies. Because from day 1, we have said and continue to say, if we don't want different results, we have to do things differently. And we're going to talk more about these in just a few minutes. Activity 3 is focused on system supports for families. Activity 4, community-based supports for providers. Activity 5 is where they asked us to put in our pilot projects. And then activity 6 is a comprehensive evaluation of the work completed by a team here at DCYF on the OIAA team. Let's dig into some details and updates for these projects. Next slide, please. The Preschool Development Grant versus 5 gave us resources that were needed to create Washington's first statewide early learning needs assessment, which you can find along with the executive summary on our webpage. It looks like Delta put that link in the chat for us. Thanks, Delta. Now, the needs assessment was only required to be a collection of existing data, but you all said, most data does not actually represent our experience. So ELAC, IPEL, Washington Communities for Children, and our steering committee created a way to collect qualitative data that help to tell the real story of Washington's youngest children and those who care for them. In 2019, as it was ending, we combined the 100+ pre-existing reports and data points with what we learned from over 2,200 people through interviews and surveys to create this needs assessment. Now, we will be updating this document. It does not include anything pandemic related. It is pre-pandemic, so it's going to have a hefty update here in the next 12 months. And you'll get to be a big part of that. So next slide, please. Activity 2 is our early learning coordination plan. Now, everything, starting with the needs assessment, has been centered in and really guided by our communities. The state agencies, legislators, and other statewide partners and participants are participants, and we're invested, but the power of the process has largely been in our communities. This visual provides a very high-level overview of the process and how it's played out, from content creation to design and implementation. The Early Learning Coordination Plan, or ELCP, because we love our acronyms, has been created to guide early learning systems towards goals that matter most to our children, families, and providers. How do we know that? Well, let's talk about who created it. So the next slide, please. Like I said, we know that there is no way we're going to get different results if we don't take a different approach. In early 2020, diverse groups gathered to create a list of goals and strategies to guide decisions and planning for Washington's youngest children and their families. Centered on racial equity and diverse experiences, these groups consisted of families, people who work directly with young children and their families, and those who work at organizations and agencies charged with supporting children and their families. The plan covers children from prenatal to age 8 and the adults that nurture and care for them, Therefore, that's who created the goals and strategies, those with the lived and professional expertise needed. Next slide. This graphic is a pretty linear representation of the process to create the ELCP. But what we want to demonstrate is how the 250 people involved in creating the goals and strategies were organized. So on the left, the groups that we call design teams, and they are folks who spent many, many hours creating the goals and strategies that are the pillar of the Early Learning Coordination Plan. We had a tribal-specific work group facilitated by Pam James, a member of the Colville Confederate Tribes, and her husband and partner, Gordon, a member of the Skokomish tribe. They have a nonprofit and have been consulting on historic trauma and Native wellness for decades. And they also taught the government-to-government training the state employees take. Our partners at OSPI brought together a group to focus on goals and strategies for children and families, specifically in the preschool to third grade age range, using the lens of public instruction. And then we have the general design teams I talked about in the previous slide, self-organized into the 5 outcome areas of the plan. Initially, these folks were nominated and suggested by our steering committee. And then when we were all together for the first time, we asked the group to look around and see who's missing and invite them to come to our next meeting. The boxes at the bottom are the coordination and advisory groups that supported the work. There's IPEL here at DCYF, our Early Learning Steering Committee that includes almost 50 folks from all areas of our system. There's parents, there's providers of all types, there's tribal representatives, there's statewide support organizations such as Child Care Aware and Washington Communities for Children, 7 state agencies, 4 legislators, and like I said, originally there were 9 ELAC members. Gonna have to redo the math now that you're growing so much, but I do see some familiar faces today, or names. We have a core strategy team that includes leaders from DCYF and OSPI, and of course you all and PAG. Let's go to the next slide, please. Awesome. So we've learned who created the goals and strategies, their diversity and representation, and here we see that it was also influenced by our Washington State Racial Equity Theory of Change, or RETALK. This is built on that statewide early learning needs assessment and informed by targeted universalism. Next slide, please. Using the tools and wisdom of the participants, outcomes, goals, and strategies were developed to answer the question, what are the most important things we should be working on to support children prenatal to 8 and the adults that nurture and care for them? Remember how I said this work started early in 2020? We were ready to take the newly created goals and strategies out for public input on March 15, 2020, using the same face-to-face process and surveys that we use with the needs assessment. Well, we all know what happened next. So we spent 2020 with you all, IPEL, and our steering committee, honestly, anybody who could spare the time, designing a safe and respectful way of gathering input from parents, providers, and others. By the end of 2021, we had created and launched 15 videos, or 3 sets of 5 videos in these areas, recorded by community members in 3 different languages, recorded 5 in Spanish, 5 in Somali, and 5 in English. And I know a couple of you did that with us. I'm still so proud of that, and Delta will tell you it's the hardest she's ever worked. It was a lot of work, but it was just something I'm so proud of. And all of it was produced by Turner Cagle, who's an early educator and was on the Positive Early Learning Experiences design team. We also created an at-a-glance document and a full list of the updated goals and strategies, also in the 3 languages. And then we conducted a review and revision of the goals and strategies based on outreach. We then facilitated liberatory design deep dives and equity reviews of the updated goals and strategies. Next slide, please. So here we are in 2022, and we've been focusing on getting the updated Early Learning Coordination Plan document produced and printed, or online. Our steering committee has helped by writing the welcome and call to action sections, and now it is in the production phase. They've been busy in work groups creating recommendations for how we'll communicate and disseminate the early learning coordination plan document, and we've all been digging deep and innovating to design how we're going to approach the implementation of it differently. Next slide, please. Because we all know that Washington has many examples of amazing innovative work, but there's a missing piece that could change everything. Next slide. Coordination and connection. You all were talking about it when we came on. It's vital and it's largely missing at a statewide level. Next slide, please. In our steering committee, we've developed these imagine statements. This is what our purpose is and our hope is, that we imagine a way to coordinate the early learning coordination plan where all partners share a strong commitment to equity and creating an anti-racist culture, where there's collective commitment to co-designing with lived experts, where there's shared language for our work, where there's shared power in accountability, strategy, and decision-making processes, where partners collect, share, and use data together to inform our system, and where partners across the system meet frequently to share progress, make course corrections, and develop strategies. Now, before we move on to the other projects involved in the preschool development grant, are there any questions or comments about the two foundational pieces of the work? Oh, okay.
There is a comment in the chat, Tracy. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Oh, I see it. Hi, Julie. Okay, it has a section about supporting the workforce. The new plan probably that has that too. You are correct, it does have its own section. Anything concrete will be done to achieve that. Folks are leaving this field. It's not good for children and families. I absolutely agree. And that's 100% why we have to come at this differently and creatively and based in communities, because you all know the answers. We just need the statewide coordination. So, yeah, it's in there. Next slide. There's not other questions, comments. All right, so here we are, our handy infographic again. Now we're going to focus on the projects in the middle. At this point, I'd like to highlight a couple of things that make this grant different. One is that the projects are sprinkled across now 5 divisions, was more, 5 divisions at DCYS, and include leads from OSPI and Washington Communities for Children. This doesn't even include the contractors like the Imagine Institute, Child Care Aware of Washington, or any of the many, many organizations doing this work. And also each of the 9 projects coming up ended up being work that supports at least one of the outcome areas, goals, strategies in the early learning coordination plan. And what I'll show you at the end is that they also support DCYF strategic and racial equity plan priorities for this age group. Our team, AKA the Preschool Development Grant Operations Team, not only leads the work on the needs assessment and the early learning coordination plan, but we implement strategies and approaches that ensure the grant activities are implemented according to the federal and state requirements. Things like work plans, budgets, reporting, things like that. However, the strongest impact on the work of the 12 projects is the intentional focus on integration and coordination. This began with facilitating opportunities to connect and learn about each other's work and the unique perspective that each person brings to the group. Then we focused on finding places of intersection and created opportunities to explore how each team could leverage and support each other. When the pandemic hit, specialized groups were created to share resources, problem solve, and coordinate in order to respond to the current needs of families and providers. These groups welcomed outside or staff outside of the preschool development grant as well, which only strengthened their impact. Next slide. With a warning, don't try and read this slide. I don't want you to try and read it. Delta's sharing this document that this page comes from. But what we did is we created this document to highlight the points of integration and coordination each of the project leads identified in our annual report. Then our preschool development grant evaluation team created a data map of how the powerful connections have grown. And then this year they are creating an updated one to show how integration and connection has had an impact on the coordination of our work. So we'll share that with you. Yes, there we go. Delta's putting it in there. Sometimes it is hard to open. When you open it, what you're looking at is each project has identified all of the people, the different groups that they work with across DCYF, and then some key partners. And these are just PDG projects. So like you'll notice off the bat that licensing isn't one of the areas that's on here. And that's because we don't have a project where the lead sits in licensing, but we have lots of projects who work with the licensing team. So the yellow highlighted division, when you look at it, that's where the lead sits for the work. So in this example, Help Me Grow, the lead sits in prevention and client services. Sarah Holdener works with Judy King, and they have a huge network where they work with all of these different groups. I need to move my chat box off of your slide. There we go. Well, I wanted to share that with you because it is really turning out to be a pivotal piece that's making things different. Okay, so let's dig into some of the high-level information on the remaining 10 projects. I promise this will be quick because I'm really just sharing highlights from the set of evaluative briefs that the evaluation team created. So Delta's also going to drop that in the chat for you if you'd like your own copy. This is basically the updates for 2021, and they're working to do it again for this year. So the information is a little old in the world of grants because we move so fast, but I'm going to share that with you. So let's go to the next slide, and we're going to start with activity 3, supports for families, and this includes Help Me Grow, Early Connections Play and Learn groups, and our Child Welfare Early Learning Navigator projects. We're starting with Help Me Grow, and that purpose is connecting families with young children to support services through a statewide resource and referral linkage system. That is such a short sentence for so much work and amazingness. An example of their work is that in the first 6 months of 2021, Help Me Grow Washington provided 16,236 referrals. Next slide, please. Perfect. Connect resources to families not enrolled in early learning programs such as childcare, ECAP, or Head Start. Early Connections Play and Learn offers fun and educational activities and referrals for formal early learning options and developmental screening for young children at local community service offices. Now, obviously, that was pre-pandemic. This project has done an incredible job of pivoting to support families in ways that are meaningful and safe during the pandemic, and hope to return to in-person groups as offices reopen and families start attending appointments in person. They've included some of their data over there on the right. Next slide, please. Child Welfare Early Learning Connections. These are early learning referrals made to regional families of birth to 5-year-old children with involvement in the child welfare system. The goal is to promote long-term positive outcomes for children and decrease subsequent reports of abuse or neglect and out-of-home placements for families with active child welfare cases. And my favorite data point for this is the last one on this chart. That says there was a 61% increase in the number of child welfare involved families who had their early learning needs met. That just gives me chills. Next slide, please. Okay, activity 4 supports providers and includes shared services, strengthening early childhood transitions, and strengthening inclusion practices. We're going to start with shared services. The goal of shared services is to increase childcare providers' personal and financial well-being, strengthen their business and administrative practices, develop their relationship-based and leadership skills, and ensure the care they provide meets families' diverse needs. Next slide. I'll tell you about the 3 parts of that. This one actually has 2 slides. There we go. It's a lot. There are 3 component parts. We have the business of childcare training provided by Child Care Aware of Washington. We have the infant early childhood mental health consultation, also through Child Care Aware of Washington. And then we have the shared services hub through the Imagine Institute. And that one is just kicking off this year, but they've been doing a lot. I just don't have their updated data quite yet. Next slide, please. All right. The work to strengthen inclusion practices focuses on coaching and training to better support early learning providers in responding to the needs of children with complex behaviors and disabilities using trauma-informed care and an approach called the pyramid model. Partnerships with Cultivate Learning at UW resulted in over 263 trainings in 2021. And the goal is that this is part of the Early Achievers coaches onboarding as well. All right, next one, please. Strengthening early childhood transitions. These are approaches and tools to support successful transitions by including the child, family, early childhood providers, pre-K, school district staff, and the larger community in supporting children from birth to school and beyond. I encourage you to read the story of a family's experience at Chief Leschi Elementary here on the right. Maybe we'll just take about 30 seconds to do that real quick. All right, thank you. Julie, I see your question. If you, maybe Delta can put the goals and strategies in the chat, so you can get those to load, but it's on our webpage and it's under the Early Learning Coordination Plan, and it has the list of goals and strategies that will be in the actual document. The Early Learning Coordination Plan document's also going to have vision and values, like I said, a call to action written by steering committee. It's going to have some data from the needs assessment, and so it's more of a full package, but we do have the goals and strategies out there, and they're live. Some organizations are using them, and several coalitions are using them to help create their action plans. Let's see. I totally missed the second part. Lots of other areas and goals, strategies DCYF would prioritize. Yes, I'm going to show you this crosswalk, and we can talk about how when you look at DCYF strategic and racial equity plan, in the bottom corner of the strategies for the birth to 8, it talks about using the ELCP to create those. So they do sit inside of the ELCP because the ELCP is statewide, and DCYF definitely has strategies that are in service of those. But we will be able to talk about those in just a minute. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Early ECAP. Early ECAP is based on Early Head Start and built on the infrastructure of ECAP. Early ECAP is a comprehensive services model which supports low-income families with children birth to 3 with full-day, full-year childcare by addressing child development, healthy and resilient parenting, and child health. It includes mobility mentoring approach to bolster family resilience, and DCYS is exploring how to integrate the therapeutic services for infants and toddlers through an Eclipse pilot that's in at least one of the early ECAP settings. Those are infants and toddlers. So we have, I forgot to say this, but this is now moving into activity 5, which is our pilots, or the work that was happening from the beginning. So early ECAP is one pilot, and then the next slide is integrated data systems. So here in our Office of Innovation, Accountability, and Alignment, OIAA, work has been happening to integrate data systems because DCYF has 7 data systems and they don't talk to each other. Somebody told me the other day it was 9, but I've always thought it was 7. Regardless, they don't talk to each other and they need to. So some of the benefits include public-facing data dashboards, like the example to the right, a cloud-based platform, and data products that will enable researchers and analysts to synthesize operational data into actually actionable information. For communities, it means smoother integrated processes and access to data that was not previously available. Fantastic. Our last project, so next slide, please, is the work of Washington Communities for Children. A little funny telling all y'all but what you already know, but in the preschool development grant, the name of the work is Engaging Provider, Family, and Community Voice. Ignore that first comma. I don't know how it got there. The resources of the preschool development grant that they've provided have allowed WCSD to create an early childhood network that connects local and statewide efforts. In fact, one of my favorite data points from them is that in June alone of 2021, WCSC hosted 45 monthly meetings and collaborated with over 1,500 people. They are invaluable in the success of how many people we were able to reach when we conducted the first needs assessment and in the development of the early learning coordination plan. Yes, Colleen, woohoo! Thanks, next slide. Our last activity is activity 6, and it is a comprehensive evaluation of all of the work of all of the projects. This is to inform sustainability planning and the impact the projects had on our system. One of my favorite things they've done is to create the next slide, and this is what we were talking about. It illustrates how the projects and activities 3 through 5, so the ones focused on families, providers, and the pilot programs, are in service of so many of the early learning coordination plan goals and strategies, as well as DCYF strategic and racial plan, equity plan. So don't try and read this one either. You can dig into it when you get it on in your follow-up materials, or if you can see it on the slide on your own, but I don't want you to strain your eyes here. Let's go to the next slide. What's important to see is that all of the bolded strategic activities. Next slide. It's tired, isn't it? There it is. Okay. It's cutting off the bottom a little. What's important is that the bolded activities on the bottom section down here are things that the preschool development grant projects are supporting from DCYF's plan. So you can see support effective referral and screening systems, expand supports for child welfare and involved families, on and on. So that's fantastic. And then if you go to the middle, you can see where the projects are in support of the goals and strategies and the different outcome areas of the statewide early learning plan. And for us today, all of this trickles up to our long-term objectives at DCYS to, you see on the top purple bars there, that our objectives are to realize a shared vision for coordination and among early learning system partners, increase school readiness for all children entering the K-12 system, and eliminate race, ethnicity, and income as predictors of school readiness. With the ultimate impact that all Washington's children and youth grow up safe and healthy, thriving physically, emotionally, and educationally, nurtured by family and community. Okay. Next slide, please. We're going to end the slides with this beautiful quote by Margaret J. Wheatley and Deborah Freed. Says, the world doesn't change one person at a time. It changes as networks of relationships form among people who discover they share a common cause and vision of what's possible. So that's a lot of information, and you can see why we didn't want to put that all in one day. But I've left a little time here in the end to talk about anything that I think we're talking about doing breakout groups, but I don't know. I think we have a few enough people where we could just talk. If you have any questions that are lingering, if you have any thoughts or pieces you'd like for us to bring back, or even email out any more information for you, this is a great time for questions. All right. Well, thank you for having us. It is so great to be back and be here with all of y'all. It really does feel like coming home. And I look forward to maybe one of those in-person meetings. I'm gonna have to like jump up and down and send chocolate to get on that agenda, because that would be pretty amazing. Thank you all.
Okay. Tracy, I actually see a hand up from Colleen.
Oh, Colleen,
Hey, Tracy.
yes.
Hey. I'm sorry if I missed this. I had one phone call while you were presenting, but where do things stand as far as the funding for these projects that were originally federal grant dollars and then are kind of, things that are being implemented in the state? Is this something that has been pushed forward in decision packages for DCYF? I mean, I'm aware of some of the program things, but is it something that the department as a whole is going to continue the work beyond the preschool development grant dollars? Or where do we kind of stand with that?
That's a great question. We are elbow deep in sustainability planning. Some of the work wouldn't be appropriate for DCYF to fund at this level moving forward, and I think the work of WCFC is a good example of that. We talked about it, and congratulations again on the support from the legislature. But some of it is absolutely supported by DCYF. There is ways that we are in some of the decision packages, but not everything is. And so we are working on figuring out different ways of making it sustainable. And that is why the evaluation piece is so critical. And the feds knew that, they wrote it in there that we had to spend 6% of our grant on an evaluation, but that's so that the data can be shared and what am I trying to say? Like the people can make their case. There we are. So we have the impact, we have the outcomes, we have the data, and the projects can make their case. We're working on it.
Yeah, so when you say the projects can make their case, so each individual like program and project, they'll be approaching DCYF then to continue their funding in that partnership. Am I understanding that right?
Some of them,
okay.
That would be appropriate. So some of it's infrastructure building, and so it's been built and it doesn't need to move on. Some of the programs would love some more funding. I know that the child welfare navigators, early learning navigators, they are definitely in support of so many of DCYF's strategies that, that makes perfect sense to ask, and they're in a decision package. Early ECAP is another example. So it's really individual, and that's where, again, the PDJ is so interesting in the way that it is broken up across the agencies and OSPI.
Okay. At some point in time, and I don't know what that timeline looks like, but would we be able to hear back at ELAC, what things from the PDG then were kind of maintained and became quote unquote a permanent part of Washington and funding through DCYF, and then even potentially sharing some of that data from all of the individual projects that occurred, and the successes with those. I think that it would be good for us as an advisory council to be, well informed about what took place with those dollars and the successes that we had with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the perfect place for that. All right. I think that's that. That's us. Appreciate you having us here, and see you in August.
Great. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Delta. And I'm just, oh, that was Delta. Okay, waving. Just what I wasn't sure if asking. Just want to do a final check just to make sure there aren't any remaining questions for Tracy and Delta leave. Okay, great. Well, thank you again. And we are definitely looking forward to seeing both of you in August. Yeah, so just want to do some closing here and, to say thank you to each and every one of you. There's just been a lot of discussion that took place today and great ideas generated, and please keep those ideas and the feedback coming. As part of our closing, as we wrap up today, we do have a couple of closing questions, and I see that Chelsea has put the link in the chat to access the Mentimeter to provide some feedback about the day with this first one, just trying to get a sense of how you felt your time was utilized today. And then with the second question that will be coming up shortly is just providing a brief description about how you're feeling walking away from today's meeting. I'm going to give folks a minute or so just to access the Mentimeter and provide some feedback. And Chelsea, maybe you can let me know when you feel everyone's had opportunity to weigh in. It looks like right now 12 people have weighed in.
Yeah, I think maybe we could just give another maybe 20 seconds or so, and then we can move on to the next one.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. The responses have slowed, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should change to the next question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Chelsea, just let me know when you start to see it slow down on your end.
Okay, will do. It looks like they're slowing down. I'm not seeing any new ones coming in.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again, everyone. Our next meeting is scheduled for August the 2nd. And we just look forward to seeing you then. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully you can get out and enjoy the little bit of the sunshine we have left. Thank you.